Hello, freaks. Gonna give the day freaks. I don't know who's gonna be watching. Yeah, there's only 4 people. Yeah, it's amazing. I don't know what the deal is, man. But anything other than hell, I don't know. Who knows? But anyways, we're gonna try this is a 4-hour one. Trevor Summers Trial. He abducted his own wife, or I guess it was his ex-wife, if I remember right. And he assaulted her, and he was going to do a murder-suicide. But somehow, I don't know how she escaped or anything like that. But it's really kind of crazy, and he's his own lawyer in there, so that's pretty interesting. So let's see how it goes, you guys. See if we can make the goal. I have the goal today a little higher than the last time because it's 4 hours and 5 minutes. That's after it's been cut down. This is one of the law and crime trials that they gave me permission to use. You can see their logo on the screen. Thank you very much. Law and crime. But I sped it up to 30% faster. And it seems like it's still pretty easy to make out what everybody's saying. Alright, so here we go. See, there's Blue. He hasn't coughed once. Should I give them biscuits?
And I catch it on the fly and leave it off. So if in fact we're not, it's usually in there, and I catch it on the fly and leave it off. So if in fact we're not finding it is in there when I'm reading, I'm pretty good about not saying anything about alternates.
I thought it was usually in that sentence.
Yeah, after the final instructions are given, you will retire to consider your verdict. This is the way it should be. It doesn't say the standard says the alternates will be released and you will retire. So this is in perfect condition, in my opinion. Mr. Marchese, you seemed like you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I need to address the court before we get started with the trial.
That's not a problem. We are ready to start because we're waiting for speakers. So, whatever you need.
We do it now. Your Honor, there's been a lot of transfer back and forth on strategy, tactics between myself and Mr. Summers. We've had disputes about this since my beginning.
Since your beginning in this case, but not your beginning.
Exactly. So, on counts 1 and counts 2, the defendant is charged with the most serious crimes of attempted murder.
Yes.
And so, from the story and the scenario and the way I understand the facts to be, I believe that Mr. Summers is entitled to a defense of abandonment of purpose. And so I filed an invocation notice of intent to use the affirmative defense of abandonment of purpose. It is in Florida Statute 777.04, subparagraph 5, subparagraph A. Basically, as I explained to Judge Fuson, I shoot at you, but I miss because I'm a bad shot. It's still attempted murder. In this case, Mr. Summers is charged with attempted murder, one with a pillow, one with a rope.
With a what?
With a rope.
Okay.
And so the testimony will be that he stopped. He abandoned it. And in that, under the statute, that is an affirmative defense that if in the commission of the crime, he decides to back off and abandon, he robbed a bank, he decides this is a good idea, I leave, or attempted murder with a pillow, or he decides that this just isn't what I should be doing, and he stops, I believe we have the affirmative defense of abandonment of purpose, and I have asked for a jury instruction that I have submitted. Now, when Mr. Summers decided to represent himself, the first thing he did was strike that affirmative defense. But now that the case is back with me, I want to give all notice to everyone that I am revoking the affirmative defense. of abandonment of purpose for count 1 and count 2 an attempted murder, and I ask for a jury instruction on the same pursuant to Florida Statute 777.04, sub 5, sub 8.
Okay, before I can decide whether a jury instruction is appropriate, these discussions, and usually it's self-defense, come up at charging conferences where I have to make a determination whether there's any evidence, and the bar is very low, any evidence to support the instruction. I'm not anywhere near a stage that I can make a determination whether there's any evidence to support such an instruction. The issue here is the withdrawal of, and whether you would ever even be able to make that argument that there is some, as minor as it may be, evidence to support such an instruction. So I'm not for prejudging the determination because I haven't seen any evidence, and no offense to you, but what the lawyers say is not evidence. So if I was to get past this striking of the affirmative defense and revert back or whatever, then I would allow you at the charging conference to make argument that there is some evidence to support a instruction of that nature. So I just want to make sure we all understand what is the state's position regarding the defendant when he was represented pro se striking the abandonment affirmative defense?
Judge, is the state's position that it's not going to qualify and that it should not be read to the jury? And
when you say not qualify, is it because you don't think there's any evidence to support it?
Correct.
We're not arguing that now. We're arguing simply the legal issue of the striking of it and whether or not at the charging conference the defense would have the opportunity to say, we request this, and I say, what's the evidence to support it? And then they have to establish throughout the course of the trial there was some slight evidence to support it.
Well, Judge, case law is very clear that if there is evidence that would support a defense and the defense requests a jury instruction as to that, it should be allowed.
Okay, even if they struck. It's the only thing I'm trying to get through is that you have to raise affirmative defenses. Right. They did, but then he struck. So it sounds like you're okay. You want to put the argument off until the evidence is in. We do a charging conference, and if there's any evidence to support it, then I should give it.
That's correct.
Okay, not a problem. So don't worry about the striking of it.
The state would ask that there be no reference by defense counsel in opening statements as to that abandonment, as there is no evidence of that at this point in time. And then
there's no evidence of anything prior to opening statements, so that would make both of you have to just stay seated and not be able to say anything during opening because there is no evidence in the case at this time. Right. What about self-defense? They get to argue not argue, you can't argue in opening, but they get to talk about self-defense if that's their theory of defense in opening, but then they might not get the instruction if at the time of the charging conference there's been no evidence to support it. So why should I treat the abandonment in opening different than I treat self-defense in opening?
Well, Judge, I would argue that it was similar to self-defense, but secondly, the abandonment language that the defense is requesting is not even a part of the standard jury instruction for attempted murder. Secondly,
well, I'm not going to give the instruction unless there's any evidence to support it, and then if I decide that there is some evidence to support the allowance of the instruction, I will look to see if there is a standard instruction on it, and that would be the instruction I would most likely give. They certainly can argue whatever they want, that they want some alternative to the, but we don't get there if I don't decide there's any evidence to support it.
I agree.
Okay. And you're telling me there's not going to be any evidence, therefore I shouldn't allow them to argue it in opening, and I just don't think that that's the status of the law. If you have some authority, if you want a moment to present some authority to me that says I can't allow them to argue not argue, I keep saying argue, and I apologize, to present their theory of case in opening because there is no evidence of it, I would love to see it. Am I right? Is be careful not to make promises in opening that you can't keep. There's no rule, but if you talk about things in opening that don't come in or that you don't get in the end, then that's what you suffer. I tell them to be careful.
Judge, the state's just making the objection for the record. And
what objection are you making? To them mentioning abandonment in opening?
Yes.
Because there's no evidence of it.
Exactly.
Denied.
Judge, as well, the instruction he wants to use is not in the standard instruction. It's not part of it's not the law. He wants to add it in.
Stop. Okay, wait a minute. Is there a defense of abandonment?
Not to attempted murder. Not the way he wants it put in. He's prepared
in any way. I'm not saying, like I said, when we get to the charging conference, if I determine there's any evidence to support the defense going to the jury, then I will determine what instruction goes to the jury. If there's a standard instruction that's written by the Florida Supreme Court, then that's usually what I use. If they want to argue some other, I'll listen. But we're splitting hairs here. And is it the state's position that there is absolutely no defense of abandonment to attempted murder? And if so, then let's flesh that out. And if that's true, then I will tell them that they cannot talk in opening about something that doesn't exist. However, if there is a defense of abandonment in whatever form to attempted murder, then they're welcome to suggest it in opening and then come to me in the charging conference and point to what evidence supports it before they get any instruction on it. Don't worry about what his instruction says. Is there a defense of abandonment that could be raised under the proper form of the instruction to attempted murder?
The way he is going to present it to the jury with the instruction he has prepared is not the correct law. It's not the correct law, and it's going to be confusing to the jury and misleading the jury.
One of the main objections during either opening or closing is misstatement of the law. So be ready. If he says something in his opening that is a misstatement of the law, I will entertain that objection. And I suggest that you have some legal authority, because I'll ask you to approach. And we're doing research as I speak. And if you are right, he misstates the law, I will sustain your objection, and I will tell him to rephrase or to change or to abandon and to not mislead the jury and to misstate the law. I will not let that happen.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. What? You won. Don't misstate the law.
I got you. I got a particular statute I'm quoting now.
Give me the statute so that my staff attorney can have it all up, so if you misstate the law, or if they think you misstate the law, I can cross that bridge when I come to it.
Absolutely. Florida Statute 777.04, subparagraph 5, subparagraph A, abandonment. Attempted murder, i.e. shoot and a miss, or for some other reason she's still alive. She's still alive because he abandoned it. Now, the only reason I bring this up now is because it's an affirmative defense, as opposed to self-defense, which is not an affirmative defense. Something like insanity is an affirmative defense. I have to tell them ahead of time. And that's all I'm doing right now, is re-invoking that to FMP notes. When we get to the charging conference, I can tell you where I pulled my language from, and we go from there. But right now, it's just about invocation.
And you're going to argue to me that the abandonment takes away whatever attempt was made up. It forgives the prior attempt. So I'm trying to kill you. I decide to stop, and that absolves me of the attempt that I made to kill you. That's your position.
It's an absolute defense of attempted murder. It's an absolute defense. Abandonment. All right. We want suspects who are trying to commit crime.
See, we're getting way. I apologize. I'm sorry. We can't talk at the same time. It's my fault, and I take full responsibility for that. But we will flesh this out at the charging conference. But I would like some authority. I'd love to see a case where the affirmative defense of abandonment was used in any attempted murder, attempt robbery, any attempt type charge.
I'll look. I didn't know it was going to be an issue because it's right on point on the statute.
I understand. Well, I will read the statute, and again, that's not going to be determined until the evidence is in, and the law says that you have to point to some evidence, slight evidence, to support your defense before I can instruct the jury on it.
I agree. Want another subject? Protocol.
How many subjects do you have?
As many as I need to be before the trial. Protocol. I am by myself here, and I'm being tag teamed by two assistant state attorneys.
Happens all the time.
Well, no, I would think they're asked if when they argue something that they shouldn't be double teamed.
I agree. There's no rule on that, but absolutely.
And the same with objections and things we go through.
Absolutely. No crisscrossing or jumping objections. So whoever is responsible, for example, for that witness will make the objections during that witness's testimony. Whoever's doing the opening will make objections during the opening. And for,
And that's the overlap, Judge. I'm doing the opening, but Ms. O'Connor is handling the abandonment issue. So I apologize.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Mr. Marchese?
Not at this time.
Do we have speakers? I don't know. Did they come in?
I'm trying to untangle this mess here, and then I just need to figure out where I can plug this in.
Not a problem. My judicial assistant is coming up to assist you. I know nothing about the AV equipment in the courtroom. I'm old-fashioned.
Make sure it's good to go.
Yeah. Seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time, ladies and gentlemen. Gentlemen of the jury, I apologize. I have to catch myself on that. Gentlemen of the jury, good morning and welcome back. Thank you for coming back. It's not like you had a whole lot of choice in the matter, but thank you for being here. Again, we greatly appreciate you, and thank you for your very important civic duty and your service with us throughout the course of this trial. The first question that I need to ask you, and simply require a show of hands if it is an affirmative answer, was anybody exposed from the time you left the courtroom yesterday and the time you returned this morning to anything about this case, either through social media, discussion, conversation, or any relation to this case? Exposure. By show of hands. Let the record reflect there are no hands. Again, thank you very much. I will be required to ask you that after breaks and things like that. And I will, before we break, remind you not to do any of that. I apologize for that, but it is important that I do it. I indicated to you yesterday that throughout the course of the trial, the judge, myself, would be giving you instructions that are required. The beginning instructions are called preliminary instructions. They're not very long. It's only about 4 pages that I will read to you this morning. They also include how a trial proceeds, so you have an idea. I'll give you a heads up. It tells you that the next thing after the instructions are closing arguments, which the attorneys will have an opportunity to give when I'm done with the instructions. So I'm going to go ahead and just so that I don't have to scream when I read the instructions, they're written by the Florida Supreme Court. Every word of them is important, and so I read them so that I don't leave anything out. In fact, it says, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and I'm going to have to fix that. Gentlemen of the jury. You have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of State of Florida versus Trevor Stevens Summers. This is a criminal case. Trevor Stephen Summers is charged with attempted murder in the first degree with a weapon, kidnapping, sexual battery by a person 18 or older upon a victim 18 or older, child neglect, grand theft motor vehicle, and violation of domestic violence injunction. The definitions of attempted murder in the first degree with a weapon, kidnapping, sexual battery by a person 18 or older upon a victim 18 or older, child neglect, grand theft motor vehicle, and violation of domestic violence injunction will be explained to you later. The state's charging document, which is called an indictment, is not evidence and is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is the judge's responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusation beyond a reasonable doubt against Trevor Stevens Summers, in accordance with the law that I provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits also may be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, the attorneys will have the opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, the court will instruct you on the law applicable to the case. After the final instructions are given, you will then retire to consider your verdict. You should not form any definite or fixed opinion on the merits of the case until you have heard all the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law by the judge. Until that time, you should not discuss this case among yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law. I now instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. If you become aware of any violation of any of these rules at all, notify court personnel of the violation. During the course of the trial, the court may take recesses and you will be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. During these recesses, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, tell him or her that you are on the jury trying the case and ask that person to stop. If he or she persists, leave that person at once and immediately report the matter to the bailiff, who will advise me. All cell phones, computers, tablets, or other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you are in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or other electronic device is actually off and not in a silent or vibrating mode. You may use these devices during recesses, but even then, you may not use your cell phone or electronic device to find out any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off at the end of the case. While you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and deliver them to you without delay. A contact phone number will be provided to you. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial, in your presence, and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and the judge. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case, the people and places, or the people and places involved in the case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see places discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let even the closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face to face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, the trial judge has no way to make sure that the information you obtain is proper for the case. The parties, likewise, have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you find. That is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having that opportunity our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of these proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and the taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or both. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove his innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt. And the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections that they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer. During the trial, it may be necessary to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require consideration by me alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or how long it will last. When such conferences do occur, they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your time as is necessary for a fair and orderly trial of the case. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you do not want to. That will be left up to you individually. You have been provided with a notepad and pen for use if you wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your personal use. However, you should not take them with you from the courtroom. During recesses, the bailiff will take possession of your notes and will return them to you when we reconvene. After you have completed your deliberations, the bailiff will deliver your notes to me. They will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you do take notes, do not get so involved in the note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. Your notes should only be used as aids to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. That's all of the instructions. I'm going to go ahead and turn that off. And just a couple of things before we get started. Take out those pens and take them for a test drive on your pad. We recycle pens. They ultimately run out of ink. I want to make sure that we start off with all of your pens working. And I want to let you know, please do not be shy if at any time your pen runs out of ink, or if you're having trouble finding a pen, perhaps. Is there an issue with... Yeah, I'm not familiar with... Mr. Buc-ee, are you not finding it? Yeah. You found it? All right. Thank you. Go ahead and take it for a test drive. Make sure they work. If at any time, if you need a new pen now, a deputy state will get it for you. If at any time during the course of proceedings your pen runs out of ink, and trust me, it happens, raise your hand, get my attention, get the deputy to your right's attention. He's got a supply of new pens. We'll get to you right away. So thank you for that. At this time, now that it looks like everyone's pen is in working order, I'm going to turn to the state and ask them if they wish to give an opening statement. You may proceed.
May it please the court, defense counsel, Mr. Summers, co-counsel. Good morning, good morning, gentlemen. Between March 11th of 2017 and March 13th of 2017, Elisa Summers thought she was living out the last few days of her life. She believed that the defendant, Trevor Summers, was going to kill her. And he didn't attempt one time to kill her during those days. He attempted twice. I'm going to take you back to October 16th, October of 2016. when Elisa Summers decided that she was going to seek a divorce against the defendant. She moved out of the home, got her own home, was working, purchased a car, and was moving on with her life. She was moving away from the marriage that she had been in for the last 16 years with the defendant. And they had 5 children together. The oldest, Arden Summers, being 14 years of age, and the youngest, Cooper, who was 3 years old. Elisa Summers, during that time between October and March, she obtained a restraining order, specifically in February of 2017, just 2.5 weeks before the March incidents occurred. She obtained a restraining order, a protective order, where the defendant knew he was not to be near Elisa Summers or her home. But on March 11th of 2017, he ignored that protective order, and he proceeded to utilize his 12-year-old and 14-year-old's feelings about the divorce. They're typical teenagers who were upset that their parents were going to get divorced, that their family was going to change. And he played on their feelings with that, and he convinced them to help him get into her home in the early morning hours of March 11th of 2017. The Friday before, March 10th of 2017, Arden Summers, the 14-year-old, and Brennan Grady, 5 and 7 years old, were spending the night with Elisa Summers. And the plan was, once Elisa and Brennan Grady went to sleep, Arden was going to help her father get into the home so that he could come and talk to Elisa and try to convince her to come back home so their family could be a family once again. There's text messaging that you're going to get to see that occurred between Landon, who was 12, Arden, who was 14, and the defendant, that occurred on the evening of March 10th of 2017 with this plan. Questions: are they sleeping yet? Is mom's boyfriend at the house or not? So Landon and the defendant, once 3-year-old Cooper fell asleep around midnight, leading into March 11th of 2017, Landon and the defendant left the home while Cooper was left at the defendant's home sleeping. Landon and the defendant proceeded to drive to the area where Elisa Summers lived and parked in a parking lot just down the street from her home. Surveillance footage captures Landon walking down the street towards his mother's home. Surveillance video footage captures the defendant walking down the street, walking towards Elisa Summers' home that he knew he was not supposed to be there. Shortly thereafter, you see Arden and Landon walking away from the victim's home. You don't see Trevor Summers walk away from the victim's home. The state submits that the evidence will show Trevor Summers entered the bedroom window that Arden had left open for him. He proceeds to enter Elisa Summers' home while she is sleeping in her bedroom with her 5-year-old and 7-year-old, Brennan Grady. And you will see the text messaging that continues between Arden and Landon and their father, the defendant, about what he's doing in the home of Elisa Summers and how he is going to try to wake her up and convince her to come back home. But that's not what happened. You are going to get to hear from Elisa Summers. You are going to hear what happened in that home the early morning hours of March 11th of 2017. You're going to hear that she woke up to some person she could not see in her dark bedroom. She begins screaming, "Who is here? Who is in my room?" And as soon as she hears the defendant's voice, she knows exactly who it was. She starts throwing things at him and screaming. Brennan Grady are in the bed with her. The defendant takes her feet, pulls her out of the bedroom and down the hallway into the family room. Brennan Grady are waking up, seeing what's happening. They realize what's happening. They're concerned for their mom. They're crying and upset. And the defendant tells Brennan Grady to go back in the bedroom. For hours then, the defendant has the victim in her family room. Elisa tries multiple times to run out the front door, and every time the defendant overpowers her with his weight and size. She is trying to keep Brennan Grady calm. So every time they yell from the bedroom, "Mom, are you okay? Is everything okay?" She's like, "I'm fine, kids. Everything's okay." So she's worried about them. Around 4:20 a.m., you're going to see the defendant's Pacifica minivan come driving by from the parking lot was down the street towards Elisa Summers' home. Arden and Landon are sitting in the minivan from the early morning hours around 12:30 until 4:20 when the minivan is being seen moving towards the victim's home. They're texting their father, and he's texting them back. He's saying, "I need more time with her. I need more time." At some point, shortly before 6 a.m., he tells Arden that he needs more time. She needs to come in and get the kids because someone needs to get home to Cooper because he's going to wake up soon, 3-year-old, at his house. So you'll see video footage where 14-year-old Arden drives from her mother's home, leaves around 6 a.m., and is pulling into her father's home at around 6:18 a.m. It's about a 25-minute drive. 14-year-old Arden drives his minivan with Landon in there and Brennan Grady in that vehicle. The children remain at his home that day. There's some text messaging. They're asking, when are you and mom coming home? All the while, the defendant has Elisa Summers tied up in her home, in her bedroom, where he is talking about he's going to leave. He needs to leave. He's going to catch a boat to go to an island. She is hog-tied at points. She is tied with Christmas tree lights, tied down to her bed with rope. He would come into the room, leave, and come back. When she would be able to wriggle out at times, he would tie her down with more ropes. You will hear from Elisa Summers. She will take you step by step what happened those hours on March 11th of 2017 in her bedroom. The defendant wanted to get into her phone, her cell phone. She's hog-tied, and he's trying to get her thumbprint on the phone to unlock it. He would leave the room. She did not know what he was doing, if he left the house, if he just left the room and went into the family room. She didn't know where he was because she was in her bedroom this entire time. At some point, he walks into the bedroom with a look she has never seen, has never recognized this look. And in his eyes, he approached her when she is tied onto the bed, grabs a pillow, and puts it over her face. He is standing over the bed, takes the pillow, and pushes it down on her face when her hands are tied. She then feels him get onto the bed and force his whole weight, pushing that pillow down on her face as she is struggling to breathe, struggling to find a way to take a breath. To the point he pushes so hard and for so long, she loses consciousness. She comes to, and she just feels the pillow laying over her face at that time. She didn't feel any more pressure. And she realizes at that time, she can no longer continue to fight. She's not going to be able to run. She is going to have to do anything and everything to act like she is on his side. She's going to have to change her tune. She's going to have to, what she says is, I will go with you. I will go with you on that boat. Because she knows if she doesn't, her life is over. So at that point, she makes the decision that she tells him he's going to go. And he's like, are you going to go with me? She says, yes, I'll go with you. He packs her bag, he packs her suitcase. And the plan was that they were going to go by his home, say goodbye to the children, get his suitcase, and then they would go for this boat that he said he had down south, lined up to take them to the islands. During these hours that Elisa was held in that house, he doesn't let her go outside. He lets her have some smoke breaks where you'll see in photographs outside a window, the cigarette butts are thrown out there. He allows her to take a shower. He watches her in the shower. There are sexual acts that occurred during this entire March 11th through the 13th. There are 4 sexual acts that occurred, 2 in Hillsborough, 2 in Manatee. But the facts and circumstances surrounding those sex acts will show to you that it's anything but consensual. At some point in the evening of March 11th of 2017, roughly around 8:30, the defendant finally responds to his children. I've convinced her she's coming home. We're coming home. I'll be there soon. That's the last text message that the children get. So shortly before 9 p.m., even though Miss Elisa Summers had agreed that she was going to go with him, he had to tie her up. He had to tie her up to get in the car, to get in her car. He didn't have a car there because the children had already taken it to his house. So he takes her keys to her vehicle, puts her in the car, tied up with her hands behind her back, with a blanket draped over her so no neighbors would see, and puts her in the passenger side of the vehicle. He then drives the both of them towards his home, and they stop at a Walgreens. He parks at that Walgreens, enters the Walgreens while Elisa Summers is left in that passenger vehicle. She is able to maneuver her hands that are tied behind her back to open up the passenger door, she jumps out of the car yelling and screaming for help as the blanket falls off the back of her. You will hear that a Walgreens employee, Mr. Crosby, saw this happen. Based upon what he saw, he called 911. He saw the defendant come running out of Walgreens, grab Miss Elisa Summers, and put her back into the passenger side of the vehicle, get in the driver's side, and flee the Walgreens. But before the defendant was able to leave, Mr. Crosby got the tag number. And that is what exploded this entire investigation by the Hillsborough County State Sheriff's Office open. That 911 call. From that point, Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, from March 11th through March 13th, is conducting an active kidnapping investigation. You will hear the number of deputies and detectives and sergeants that were on this case. They had a mobile command station where all the leads, all the tips, all the investigative work that was being done by the sheriff's office was coming back to. They were trying to find Elisa Summers alive. After the Walgreens incident, the defendant was not very happy because now he was not going to get to go say goodbye to the children. He wasn't going to be able to get his suitcase. He takes Elisa Summers a ways down the road, out of the car, gets mad at her, ties her then to the seat with the rope, and proceeds to drive around in her vehicle for quite some time, heading south. They proceed down to Manatee County, where they remain in a secluded area in a field underneath a tree in order to not be located by law enforcement for the night of March 11th of 2017. The defendant had...
Yeah, I was just going to say, yeah, we were doing these shows in the daytime before, but it got a couple of trials we did, people were just so uninterested, but it seems like people are, this one seems like it's going to be interesting. And the thing is, you know, these earlier shows are a way to help increase the revenue for the channel so that I can keep doing these shows. And then also at the end of the month, I donate over 50% of the net revenue to various true crime related charities. Okay, so when we have days that are starting like this, you know, like last night, let's see, after the show, it took me about 3 hours of editing out all the stuff, speeding it up, changing the pitch back, and you know, transferring it over to a hard drive, bringing it over. It's 10 gigabytes, right? So, you know, on this channel, I try to raise funds via super chats and whatnot. And when you see a show like this, so there's the $2.99 at the top of the screen right there, right? So let's say that this whole show ends and that's what we're at, right? Well, that would be that after YouTube takes their 30%, would be, you know, like $2.10. And then after that, I pay taxes on the $2.10, which leaves about $1, I don't know, 60 or so, $1.70. And then after that, I give half of that to true crime related charities, which would be, what, 85 cents? And so that's where we're at right now. For the income for the channel is 85 cents, right? So if you guys are able to help support the channel, that'd be awesome. I'll continue to do these shows. That's why I have a goal at the top of the screen there. It used to be sort of easy to do during the day. We had a different, seemed like we had a different set of day crew people. But if you guys can help support the channel, allow me to keep doing these, you know, day shows, possibly, that would be great. But currently at this rate, I'm not even going to make it halfway through this day. There's no chance. I got other stuff I can do. But it seems like it's going to be an interesting one.
Vehicle at one point and said he was going to cut her, the ropes that had were tied behind, had her hands tied behind her back. But by accident, he cut her wrist. You're going to see the injury to Miss Summers' wrist. You're going to see the blood that was left behind from that. But he didn't cut those ropes off. She was still bound with her hands behind her back as she was bleeding on March 11th of 2017. She had already tried to run at that point at the Walgreens. She was not successful. So in this secluded area, she wasn't able to run. Miss Summers will tell you what the defendant told her if she tried to run. That night, on March 11th of 2017, they stayed in that vehicle. The defendant, he took a nap. Miss Summers, she didn't sleep. All next day, March 12th of 2017, that vehicle and them remained in Manatee County, laying low to not be discovered by law enforcement. Finally, on March 13th of 2017, they were running out of food and water. So those early morning hours, they go to McDonald's and Citgo. You will see video footage from them at those two places. You will hear what is going on and where Elisa Summers is when the defendant goes into Citgo. He makes her be in the third row of the vehicle so he doesn't have another incident like what happened at the Walgreens. You'll see how his behavior is in that Citgo video. Shortly thereafter, they proceed to Anna Maria Island, where he is telling her, we need to look for a certain color flag. That's where the safe house is going to be for this boat that you have agreed to go on with me. They drive around. They're not able to find the color of the flag that he told her, but he knows where this other safe house is going to be in Little Harbor, the Ruskin area. And when they're over in the Little Harbor area, they're continuing to talk. And he's like, you're really going to go with me? And she says, well, I would really rather stay here with the children. She's going to test the waters. Can she maybe convince him? She tells him, I promise, if you let me stay with the children, I will not call the police. I promise you, I will not call the police. So he starts considering letting that happen. Or so he tells her. He writes letters in the back of the victim's vehicle, letters that you will get to see, a confession letter of what took place on March 11th, 2017 at her home, writes a surrender of his parental rights, writes letters that Miss Summers is to get his car, the money in his bank account, and his home, and a letter that he wrote to his children. A letter that he wrote before the second attempted homicide incident. You will get to see that letter. You will get to make the determination what kind of letter that was. At some point when they are in the Ruskin Little Harbor area, Elisa Summers makes a comment when the defendant says he's going to write a letter to his parents. And she makes a comment, why would you do that when they are partly involved? Because she had no idea that her 14-year-old drove herself and her 3 siblings home the early morning hours of March 11th. The defendant had told her that his parents had picked the children up. And at that point, the defendant gets mad that Elisa Summers makes that comment. He takes the rope that she was tied up with and proceeds to pull it around her neck. Elisa Summers, while her hands are tied, she's able to stop it as he is trying to pull that rope and strangle her around her neck. The second attempted first-degree murder charge. You're going to get to see shortly thereafter what Elisa Summers' neck looked like. You're going to get to make the determination what was happening in the vehicle at that time. While the defendant has this rope around Elisa Summers' neck, he notices what he thinks is an undercover marked unit. He jumps into the front seat and begins to drive a ways down the road to a home that is on stilts and pulls in underneath their carport. He tells Elisa, we've been spotted, that law enforcement's going to be here soon. He then takes a razor blade, the razor blade that he had cut her wrist with on March 11th of 2017, and says, I'm going to lay my life down for you. And he begins to cut his neck as law enforcement surround the vehicle, pull Elisa Summers alive from that vehicle, pull the defendant from the vehicle, place him down on the ground, and detain him while they provide aid to his neck. Elisa Summers is in shock, is grateful that she has been found. She has just been through Lord only knows what. She provides an interview with law enforcement. She is photographed. Items are taken from her. Swabs are taken from her. She is taken to the crisis center where a sexual assault exam, a sex bat kit, a rape kit is performed on her. She shows law enforcement where pieces of evidence were disposed of by the defendant. The state would submit to you that that is all evidence that corroborates what Elisa Summers is going to tell you on the witness stand. The defendant is taken to Tampa General Hospital, where he receives treatment for his self-inflicted wound. And at that hospital, he is read his Miranda rights, and he admits to some of the incidents that occurred between March 11th and March 13th. You'll get to hear that recording and the admissions that the defendant makes on that recording. The admissions like he allowed Arden to let him in to Elisa Summers' home the early morning hours of March 11th of 2017. The admission that he was trying to suffocate Elisa Summers with a pillow. She was mouthing off, and I told her I could end this right now, while I was just being an ass and, pretending like I could suffocate her. Question. But she is tied up at this point? Yeah, she's tied up. His admission that he walked into Walgreens and when he saw her running around in the parking lot, he had to go grab her and put her back in the car. And he thought that a Walgreens employee saw him and was probably calling 911. You'll hear him admit to the writings that he made in the car. The writings, the confession letter, the writings to his children. You'll hear him admit that he knew he lied to Elisa Summers about who drove the children home because he knew Elisa Summers would freak out that her 14-year-old daughter drove her and her siblings home. But what he told law enforcement was he didn't do this. He wasn't mad because she was on dating websites or moving on with her life. That's not why he did this. He did it because he was mad she didn't tell him the truth about it. Ladies and gentlemen, the law that you are to follow in this case is going to come from Your Honor. It's not going to come from me. It's not going to come from defense counsel. So at the conclusion of this case, the law you are to follow is the law in which the judge is going to instruct you. The evidence in this case is overwhelming. The evidence will come from the testimony from that witness stand right there, the exhibits that are introduced in this trial, and the state is confident that at the conclusion of this case, you will find the defendant guilty as to all charges. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Marchese, does the defense wish to give an opening statement this time?
Yes, Your Honor. May it please the court and court reporter, court bailiff, Ms. Johnson, Ms. O'Connor, Mr. Summers, gentlemen of the jury. You are performing a most important civic duty and privilege being here. We need you here. The next 5 days will be transformative to you, both in the legal system to hopefully appreciate what our judicial system is and the freedoms that we enjoy. And also, you're going to leave with a feeling of despair in hearing this very tragic story about a family that fell apart. As you hear, these folks were married for 16 years. These folks had 5 children, ranging from teenagers, 14-year-olds, down to a toddler, 3 years old. 5 children. The marriage was falling apart. The parties were separating. But there was nothing that said that the divorce was acrimonious. Didn't appear that they were fighting over anything. Children, property, assets. And they had been estranged for a while. It is true that there was an injunction against Mr. Summers, but there was also an injunction against Mrs. Summers. Now, we trust in the collective wisdom of the jury, as we discussed on voir dire. And again, you all promise that as we sit here today, Mr. Summers enjoys the presumption of innocence which you give him. The story that Ms. Johnson gave you is a story. It is the state's theory of what happened. A lot of it is true. A lot of it is also verified by Mr. Summers when he makes his statements. But we also have to follow the law. Look at the charges that are against him and see if the facts that you hear from that witness stand match up with the law as you're going to get instructed from the court. He's charged with attempted murder. You heard some information, not evidence. You heard some story about how that was happening. How did it end? You heard some statements about crimes of kidnapping, when exactly that occurred, and what was the motive of the kidnapping? What was the purpose of the kidnapping, if there was a kidnapping? There was sexual activity. Whether you call it sexual assault, it depends. Again, is it a crime? What happened in that situation? He's charged with grand theft, stealing the automobile, seeing that that was actually the motive for all of this. He's charged with child neglect. I would say that these poor children that have to go through this tumultuous divorces, and then when situations get out of hand, the children always suffer. They have to come in today and testify to. They go through this event that happened between them. There are some inconsistencies through all of this. you will see there are times, she says, the testimony from Mrs. Summers will be that she was tied up, that she couldn't get away, that she was forced, that she had no alternative. But there's some inconsistencies. You will see a McDonald's video where she's not tied up, where she's assisting, mixing the ketchup and mustard to getting things together. When you get to the sexual assault, you have to make some decisions about the distinctions between consent and acquiescence. Most certainly, an individual who is being abducted and decides to do anything to stay alive, that would be acquiescence, and I would agree that that's not consent. But the question is that the situation in this case? They weren't divorced yet. She was estranged from him. She was living in her own house. He was living in his house. It appears that they were exchanging the children without any difficulty, and as I said before, it didn't appear that there was any acrimonious in the divorce itself, so I wonder what was the motivating factor for all of this. And then we've got a period of time, 3 days, where they're in the car. Only them. There's a period of time where they have the Walgreens incident, and we talk about that, the circumstances surrounding that, and yes, I agree. This is not a police-generated case. It's not where the police went out and got search warrants or wiretaps, like in the drug cases or racketeering cases, things like that. The police got a call from 911, and they followed through on a 911 call looking for Dutton. So the things that the police did to look and find these people, we have no quarrel with. But I would then suggest Mr. Summers is in the hospital. You will hear that he had cut himself. He was in the hospital. You have to say, what were the circumstances in that? And then a detective came in and got an interview, a taped interview. You will see some photographs compared against the tape. A picture's worth 1,000 words. When you hear the 1,000 words, you have to question, why is this being made? What is this being made? What is the circumstances surrounding this? Can this be trusted? Is this trustworthy? And then you're going to have a balancing act with a bunch of different competing theories, which is why we're here. If we all agreed on everything, we wouldn't have a trial. Traffic accident cases, somebody says the light was red, somebody else says the light was green. You have to decide what the facts were. And you're to do so with the rules that you have been given. Mr. Summers, as a citizen, has the right, the constitutional protection, to be examined again, to look at this again through the eyes of a jury of his peers, citizens as yourself. Not law enforcement, not the state attorney's office, not Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, not the judge. He's decided by a jury of his peers, which is what we're doing. And that means, if you keep an open mind, if you wait till the end of all the evidence and wait for your deliberations with the collective wisdom of all the other jurors, and you question, is this right? You will be told you can believe everything a witness says. You can believe most of what a witness says. You can believe some of what a witness says. You can believe none of what a witness says. And that applies both for all the state witnesses, and it also applies for Mr. Summers should he decide to take the stand. That's his decision. We've already said, and you've heard from the court, that if he decides not to take the stand, you're not to draw any inference from it. That is his privilege and constitutional right to do so. And that you've promised that you will judge the case only from what you hear on the witness stand. When you do that, I believe as you go through each of these crimes, I believe the evidence will show that he is not guilty of the crimes of attempted murder, kidnapping, grand theft. The child neglect charges, I will leave for you to decide. Again, it was so sad of the story to have the children in the middle of all this from both sides. But we want to make sure that you keep your honor, that you have oath as a juror, all the admonitions from the court, not to talk to anybody about this, to listen only from the evidence of the witness stand, to talk amongst yourselves, gather the facts, put the facts together with the law, make a conclusion if a crime was committed, what crime that was. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Marchese. Ladies and gentlemen, I usually take our morning break at 10:30. Since it is 10:20, I'm going to go ahead and take our morning break a little bit early before I allow the state to call their first witness. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case. We'll take about a 15-minute break. All rise for the jury. Morning again to everyone. So, hope everyone enjoyed the break. And we decided, and the state agreed before the break, that we were going to bring number 60, seated in seat number 6, juror number 60, into the courtroom to inquire about whether he saw anything. Mr. Marchese, are you all right with that being the question? When he was being brought back this morning by the bailiff, did he see anything? And then obviously, if he says, I saw something, what did you see? Yeah, I saw the defendant. Okay, well, what did you see about the defendant? I mean, I need to know, did you see him in orange? Did he see chains? All right. State, you agree? All right. I don't want to put the attorneys in the position of having to ask questions of a juror, so I'll ask the questions. I will then excuse the juror. If for some reason I left something out that you wish me to ask, I may bring them back and ask them that. All right, so let's bring in number 6. Not a problem. Okay. And I told them that we would go and break for lunch around 12. I don't mind if, we go a little bit past that, but hopefully 12:15 at the latest for lunch. I just have a couple brief questions of you. You can go ahead and be seated. Jury seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. I apologize to you. I don't mean to embarrass you by bringing you into the courtroom by yourself, and you certainly haven't done anything wrong. I just have a question of you related to when you came back or were brought back this morning into the courtroom when you originally arrived, and the deputy who was walking you in opened the door and then had to close the door. Did you see anything inside of the door when it was opened?
Yes, I did.
What did you see?
Brief glimpse of the defendant.
Okay. Could you see what he was wearing?
Yes, I could.
What was he wearing?
Orange jumpsuit.
Okay. Did you see anything else? All right. Have you had a discussion with anyone else on the jury about what you saw?
No, I have not.
Okay. Did what you saw affect your ability to be fair, continue to be fair and impartial in this case in any way?
No, it will not.
All right. I'm going to instruct you specifically at this time not to, at any time, now or during deliberations, to discuss with anyone else what you saw.
Understood.
All right. Thank you. All rise for the juror. Easy.
I'm satisfied. You approach it very delicately. No one go forward. He says it doesn't affect him and won't say anything else. So
Yeah,
I'm
that's my
satisfied.
biggest concern. But I will also assure you there is case law that says the simple sighting of the defendant in orange or in chains or shackles is not in and of itself enough. So I appreciate that. And I think, State, was there anything else you wanted me to inquire about or anything that you want to state?
Nothing from the state.
All right, excellent. Thank you all.
You have no issue?
Yes.
It's been resolved.
Excellent. You ready to call your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
You ready for the jury?
Yes.
Mr. Marchese, you ready for the jury?
The defense stands ready for trial.
Let's get the jury. Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your break. You dropped your pen. There you go. First question to you, and probably only question to you, is did any of you have any exposure to anything about this case outside of the courtroom during the last break? No hands. Let the record reflect there are no hands. Thank you, gentlemen, again. And we are now going to turn to the state and ask them to please call their first witness.
State calls Randall Crosby.
Randall Crosby. Crosby, good morning and welcome, sir. If you'll come forward to be sworn wherever you're comfortable, if you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff now to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable, and it is on. You may proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Crosby.
Good morning.
Can you please state your first and your last name, spelling your last name for me, please?
Yes, it's Randall Crosby, and that's Crosby.
And if I can just ask you to speak up a little bit louder, it's a little hard for me to hear you, so I want to make sure
Okay.
everybody can hear you. Can you tell me where you're currently employed?
Carrier.
And what do you do for them?
I'm an engineer.
And what kind of engineer are you?
Chemical engineer.
And where were you employed in March of 2017?
Walgreens.
What Walgreens were you employed at?
Fishhawk.
And is that located in Hillsborough County?
It is.
What were your job duties there?
I worked back and forth between the pharmacy and the front end, so dealing with customer service issues and prescriptions.
And ultimately, was there an incident that had occurred on the night hours of March 11th of 2017 that ultimately led you to place a call to law enforcement?
Yes.
Can you tell me where you were when you made some initial observations?
I was standing out in front of the store.
And what were you doing out there?
I believe I was on my phone on my break.
And what observations did you make that ultimately led you to call law enforcement?
I'd seen and heard a woman running and screaming in the parking lot.
Did you make any observations of her, what she was wearing, what she looked like?
Yes.
What did you see?
I'd seen she initially had like a blanket over her shoulders, and she was running away. The blanket fell off, and I saw her hands were bound behind her back somehow.
Could you see how her hands were bound behind her back?
No,
Did you make any other observation of her that you recall?
not that I recall.
Was she running? Can you tell me, describe for me where you were standing outside your Walgreens?
I was just outside the front door to the left, I believe,
And was this female running towards you or away from you?
away from me.
Did you see where she had come from?
I did not.
Could you make out what she was yelling?
Yes.
And what did she say?
I believe it was something to the effect of, like, help, 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 call the police.
Hold on, wait, I'm sorry. Hold on for a second.
Yelling.
It's something to the effect of help, 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 call the police.
What did you observe? What did you observe next?
A man was chasing after her.
Do you recall anything about this man? What he was wearing, what he looked like?
Yes.
And what do you recall?
I gave a description of the events to the police at the time. I don't recall what he was wearing at the moment.
And did that individual run towards this female?
Yes.
Did you see where he came from?
No.
And did this male that you saw, what did he do when he was running towards the female?
He caught up to her and grabbed her, kind of wrestled her back to the ground.
I'm sorry, to where?
To the ground.
Okay. Did they fall down on the ground?
I don't recall.
And what happened next?
He then took the woman and brought her back to a vehicle.
And do you recall what kind of vehicle it was or anything about the vehicle?
It was a dark Saturn,
Was it a sedan style car or an SUV?
like an SUV.
And when the male was walking the female to the vehicle, were they walking away from you or towards you?
Towards me.
And how well lit is your Walgreens?
It's pretty well lit.
How far away were you from this interaction that you observed?
Not a good judge of distance, but it was close enough that I could make out the license plate on the car and the features of the people at the time.
When did you make the observations of the license plate?
While I was on the phone with dispatch.
When you saw the male take the female back to the vehicle, what side of the vehicle did the female get in?
The passenger side.
And did she do that on her own?
I was on the driver's side of the vehicle. I couldn't see.
And the male, what side of the vehicle did he get in?
He walked around the back side of the vehicle and got in the driver's side.
Was that after the female was placed into the vehicle?
Yes.
Did the vehicle, what happened to the vehicle then?
Once they were both back in the vehicle left the parking lot.
And you stated that you were able to see the vehicle tag.
Yes.
Did you contact law enforcement then?
I had contacted law enforcement shortly after seeing the woman running from the vehicle
And how did you contact law enforcement?
by phone.
Did you call 911?
Yes.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Crosby, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit C for identification purposes. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes.
And how is it that you recognize it?
What do you guys think? I think this trial seems pretty interesting. It's quick. Things are. I don't know. It's just not as boring-ish as some of the other ones. So in a while, apparently the husband or ex-husband, he actually gets to cross-examine his ex-wife, the one that he attacked. I mean, how crazy is that? It doesn't even seem like that should be legal. It's wild.
It's shown to me previously.
Are these your initials here on this disc?
Yes.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the 911 call that you placed on March 11th of 2017 regarding the incidents that you just discussed?
Yes.
State offers an evidence, State's Exhibit C.
Any objection?
No objection.
State C will be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Saturday, March 11, 2017, 21:07 and 16 seconds.
Near Walgreens and Fish Hawk, and some chick just ran out of the dude's car. Looked like her hands were tied and she ran out of the car, she couldn't help me. He just grabbed her and put her back in the car.
What's the address?
It's Walgreens and Fish Hawk. I don't know the address.
What kind of vehicle are they in?
It's a blue SUV. Looks like an Enclave. Can't be sure though.
Is it tied?
They look like it. The trying to get the license plate. It looks like GLH M32. It's a dark blue SUV. Guy's bald, black shirt, jeans.
Are they still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Are they still there?
He's falling out right now. Watching what direction he goes. Blue Saturn, it's not a Buick. He's heading out the back. Let me see if he goes into the neighborhood or if he's up. Hold on a second. Okay, we headed back into the neighborhood behind Fish Hawk. Give me a second. I know what the street name is here.
Is he going towards the neighborhood like that, or was that?
Yeah, he's going into the neighborhood. He turned off the main street. And so it looked like it was a blue Saturn. Did you catch that plate at all?
Yes, sir. Did he go to the left or to the right?
It's a one-way street. We're on the corner where it tees off. Give me a second to walk into the intersection.
Okay.
Sorry, I was on the other corner of the store. I was trying to get around the corner to see what kids had. I'm not in as good a shape as I used to be. At the corner of Fish Hawk and she dropped a shirt. If you can, I'll go back and pick it up.
No, I wouldn't. I would touch it.
Don't touch it. I'll try to keep anyone else from touching it if you can get someone to get here.
I get that on the way, so.
Close corner of Fish Hawk and Fish Hawk Crossing. He turned into Fish Hawk Ranch somewhere.
Fish Hawk Ranch, okay.
Well, the big sign here at the intersection says Fish Hawk Ranch. He didn't turn out to the main road. He went in towards the neighborhood.
Okay. Your name, sir?
Is that necessary?
I usually get any calls, so because my dad will get back in contact with you.
My name is Randy.
R-A-N-D-Y?
Yeah.
Your last name for you?
Crosby. I work here at the fucking Walgreens, so.
I always get phone number for you in case you need to call it back. Well, I got the call in, I got that on the way out, and we'll be on the way out. Wait, here shortly, okay?
Do you have any kind of ETA?
This is one is at Delphi and Fish Hawk, so it's just not too far.
Okay.
I have another on the way out there for another call on the same way, so.
Okay. The shirt blanket, let me see what's on. Don't touch it. It's just a blanket. That's laying here in the middle of the road. Do you want me to try to keep anyone from getting to it, or do you want me to collect it into a bag without touching it?
I think for now, just let just leave it there, kind of, just, make sure no one messes with it. Somebody had to get there, so.
Okay. I'll hang out front here. Thanks.
I'll see you on.
Bye.
Please have your
Approach briefly.
Mr. Crosby, did law enforcement arrive soon thereafter?
Yes.
And did you point to the blanket that you had noted in your 911 call?
I believe I did.
And did you interview with law enforcement?
Yes.
Did you provide them similar information which you provided in the 911 call?
Yes.
Permission to approach the witness, Judge? Mr. Crosby, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State Exhibit D, Composite 1 through 5. Have you previously looked at these photographs prior to today?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the Walgreens and the item that was left behind or that fell off of the female when she was running away from the vehicle?
Yes.
State offers into evidence State's Exhibit D, Composite 1 through 5.
Any objection?
No objection.
states D, composite 1 through 5 is admitted at this time.
Permission to publish?
You may publish it to the jury.
Publishing D2. Mr. Crosby, can you see what is up on the screen there?
Yes.
Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
It's the blanket that was dropped on the ground.
Is the parking spot that the vehicle, this dark Saturn SUV was parked in, is that parking spot located or captured within this photograph?
I don't believe it is. It was somewhere to the left of that.
Okay. To the left, meaning over on this side, to the left side of the photograph?
Yes, correct.
States Exhibit D3 Publishing. Is this the front of the Walgreens
Yes.
with the blanket captured in the bottom of the photograph?
Yes.
Can you please tell me where you were standing when you first made these initial observations? Were you on the side with the red box or on the opposite side?
I was on the side towards the red box.
Okay, so when you exited the Walgreens, it was on your left. Is that correct? The right of the photograph?
Correct.
Publishing D5. Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
It looks like it is a aerial photo of the Walgreens.
This is your Walgreens, is that
yes,
correct?
correct.
And if in the right middle of the photograph, is this the entrance to the Walgreens?
Yes.
And this little red circle here, is that where the red box is located?
It's on that side, yes.
And so you were standing on this side when you first made your observations, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you please point to where the vehicle was parked?
Yes, you just want me to...
Judge, can I ask the witness to please stand up?
He absolutely can. He can step down and approach the screen, absolutely.
The vehicle was parked somewhere right here.
So towards the top center of the photograph?
Correct, right there.
Now, does Walgreens have outside surveillance footage as well as inside?
Yes.
Where are the outside cameras located?
There's one camera on this corner facing this direction, another camera on this corner facing this direction. There's an entrance camera right here facing the door.
Now I'm going to ask the witness to speak up a little louder. I'm having trouble hearing
Yeah,
him.
all right. If you can speak up a little louder, the defense is having trouble hearing you.
So I'm gonna, the one camera is towards the back side of the building, and the other camera is located in the right front of the building.
Correct.
And so the area in which the vehicle was parked, that area does not have a camera pointing to it. Is that fair to say?
Not one that captures the area very well.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Crosby. You can sit down. Did law enforcement request video surveillance from Walgreens?
I believe they did.
Mr. Crosby, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit D for identification purposes. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes, I do.
And are your initials on this disc?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review this video?
Yes.
Is it fairly and accurately depict you on the video the evening of March 11th of 2017, inside the Walgreens as well as just outside the Walgreens when you're on the phone call with 911?
Yes.
State offers an evidence, State's Exhibit D.
Any objection, D? Yes, you may. Overruled. You may publish. If I didn't say it, it's admitted.
Yes, sir. And Mr. Crosby, before I open up this video, on the 911 call, your call was placed at 9:07 p.m. Is that correct?
That sounds right.
Mr. Crosby, there are 3 different camera angles located within this piece of evidence. One that is titled front entrance, one titled outside camera 1, and the other noted outside camera 2. The front entrance one, that is self-explanatory. That is, I assume, the front entrance camera that depicts people entering and exiting the Walgreens.
Correct.
Looking at camera 1 and camera 2, can you tell me which one or where on this overview of the Walgreens, which one is camera 1 and which one is camera 2? So I'm pointing to the back left of the Walgreens. Do you know if that was camera 1 or camera 2?
That is camera 1.
And the front right camera on that corner, is that camera?
Camera 2.
Camera 2. So going back to the video, we have a timestamp at 2100 hours. That is 9 p.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
If I can ask you to concentrate on the front entrance camera angle at this point. Who is that individual walking out of the store in all black?
That is me.
I'm sorry, I need you to speak up louder.
I'm sorry, that's me.
Okay. Is that, what were you doing at that point?
I was heading out for my break.
I'm going to move along to 904. Directing your attention to camera 2, that vehicle that just came down at the bottom camera is making that turn. Are you able to say whether or not the dark SUV Saturn that you saw, which side they entered on, whether it was the entrance near camera 1 or camera 2?
It was the entrance on camera 2.
I'm sorry?
It was the entrance on camera 2.
Okay, was that the video footage that we are just observing now?
Yes.
That made the left turn, or is it this vehicle that we see now?
The vehicle that made the left turn.
Okay. Moving along to 906. Do you recall, looking at the front entrance video, do you recall seeing this individual enter the store?
No, I did not observe that.
Do you recall seeing that individual exit the store?
Yes.
Did you make observations of him that you described earlier?
Yes.
Is that the individual that you observed make contact with the female and put her back in the SUV?
Yes.
When you made observations of him, was he running outside the store?
Yes.
At 9:07, now that we see that door open on the front entrance, is that you on your phone at that time?
Yes.
Is this when you were providing the information to law enforcement?
Yes.
At 9:09:04, I'm going to ask you to look at camera 2, or 21:09:04. Who is that individual running through the parking lot?
That's me.
And was that when we were hearing the loud kind of brushing noise on the 911 call when you were looking to try to see the direction the vehicle went in?
Yes.
Now moving along to 21:12. Drawing your attention to the front entrance camera. Is that you returning into the store after you had completed your 911 call?
Yes.
And then is that you on camera exiting?
Correct.
At 21:15. And
Yes.
did law enforcement arrive soon thereafter?
Yes.
When law enforcement conducted an interview of you, did they ask you whether or not you would be able to identify the person, the man, that you made the observations of?
Yes.
And did you have to respond down to the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office to make or attempt to make an identification?
Yes, I did.
Were you shown what is called a photo pack by law enforcement?
Yes, I was.
Were you provided instructions prior to looking at any photographs?
Yes, I was.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Mr. Crosby, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit E for identification purposes. Have you previously looked at this exhibit?
Yes, I have.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of the photo pack that you were shown by law enforcement on March 12th of 2017 at 3:12 a.m.?
Yes, it was.
And on this instruction sheet is your signature on this form.
Yes, it is.
And can you please show me where that signature is?
Right there.
On the witness signature?
Correct.
Okay. And is this time, March 12, 2017 at 3:12 a.m., the time that you viewed this photo pack?
It was.
And did law enforcement, or strike that. Did law enforcement read the instructions to you prior to providing you the photographs?
Yes, they did.
Did they tell you that the person that you saw on that night was in fact in this, or did they tell you that that person may or may not be in that photo pack?
I don't recall.
Okay. But they read the instructions that were on the front form that you signed?
Yes.
Were you pressured or did any threat made on you in order for you to make an identification in this photo pack?
No.
Did you have an accurate amount of time, the time that you needed to view the photo pack?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to pick an individual out in the photo pack?
Yes.
Did you make markings on the back of that photograph of the person that you chose?
Yes, I did.
And did you mark the back of that photograph with your signature and the date?
Yes, I did.
That person that you picked out in the photo pack, do you see that person here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point to him and tell me what color he's wearing?
Yes, it's the gentleman in the gray shirt.
Please let the record reflect he's identified the defendant.
Which also reflect.
Did you know the defendant prior to seeing him at your Walgreens the night of March 11th of 2017?
No.
Did you know the female that was running from the vehicle yelling for help with her hands tied behind her back?
No, I did not. Do not.
Judge, may I have a moment?
You may.
Pass the witness, Judge.
All right. Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Crosby.
Good afternoon.
We've never met.
No, we have not.
At the time in 2017, you were working full-time at Walgreens?
I believe so, yes.
And were you in school?
Yes, I was.
Engineering school
Yes.
at the time. How long had you been working that day or that night before this incident happened?
I don't recall now.
Well, had you just gotten to work, or was it towards the end of your shift?
I don't recall. My schedule was all over the place due to school, so I could have showed up at 8 o'clock.
Into the Walgreens?
I don't recall what I...
Do you
specific
recall
statement about
seeing him?
Wait, don't cut him off.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The court reporter is having trouble.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you started. Go ahead and complete your sentence.
I just said I don't recall giving a specific statement about that.
Okay. And so, as we sit here today, can you tell us whether you know for a fact, from your own memory, not from watching from the video, whether Mr. Summers went into the Walgreens?
No, I cannot.
How far away were you from the vehicle?
Like I said, I'm not a good judge of distance, but we saw the aerial photo from above.
I'm having some trouble with you, Mr. Crosby. Could you please speak up?
Yes, I said I'm not a very good judge of distance, so I couldn't quantify it, but we saw the photo from above where I was standing in relation to the parking lot.
I mean,
In
you
relation to where
mentioned
the
before something maybe. How far can you give me an estimate of feet? How far away you were from the vehicle?
I wouldn't want to try to quantify it. It would just be speculation at 30 feet, 40 feet, 100 feet.
All right, very good. And it's at night,
It was at night, yes.
and you say the lighting was good,
Yes,
so you could see the tag of the car.
yes.
Do you agree that you kind of misidentified the car at first?
Initially, yes.
Was there any way you feel that you could have offered assistance to try to help?
As far as what? What are you suggesting?
Well, you saw someone that you say is being grabbed and pushed in the car. Did you try to go to help to save her from being put in the car?
No, I did not.
How come?
It's not, that's not something I'm trained for.
When you see her get out, you see the blue blanket on her?
Yes,
Do you see the blue blanket fall off?
yes.
Were you able to see her hands while the blanket was on her?
I could not, no.
Were you able to see her hands when the blanket fell off of her?
Yes, I could.
And were they bound?
Yes.
And can you tell us what they were bound with? Do you know?
I cannot know.
I mean, could you see a rope or a string? Could you see what was tying her?
I could not see what was binding her hands, no.
So what you saw was her hands behind her back or in front of her?
Behind her back.
So that's what you saw, her hands behind her back.
Correct.
Did you hear any conversation between the two men, the man and the lady, when he got to her in the parking lot, when he confronted the parking lot?
I did not hear it, no.
Did you hear her say anything then? Was she screaming at that time?
I don't recall.
Would you agree that he did not pick her up and throw her over his shoulders to get her back to the car?
Yes.
The original call came at 9:07 when you make the call, and then you did the photo lineup at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Correct.
So you were at Walgreens this entire time?
No, I was not.
What happened?
Once my shift was over, I went home.
And then how did you meet up back with the police?
One of the, I don't know if it was a detective or an officer, one of them called me and asked me to come to the station to do the photo lineup, or the photo pack, whatever it's called.
Now, I've got your statement here that you said that it looks like her hands were tied. At least that was on the 911 call, right? You agree with that statement that you made a 911 call?
Yes.
But today you're convinced that her hands were tied.
Well, I've just never seen someone run with their hands behind their back in that fashion. So I stand by the statement that it appears her hands were bound behind her back.
You're standing by the statement that appears. The notes I wrote was that it looks like her hands were tied.
Looks like, appears. It's picking at words, in my opinion.
I think you made a statement tonight that they wrestled to the ground. You made that statement here.
Yes.
Do you recall? I don't recall reading that in any police report or anywhere else where you made a statement that they wrestled to the ground. Do you recall ever making that statement to police before?
I have a written statement I'd be happy to review.
But do you recall ever telling the police that they wrestled to the ground?
I don't recall, no.
Did you see a weapon on the gentleman at all?
I did not.
Did you see the car speed off?
I saw it leave the parking lot.
You saw it leave?
Yes.
I hadn't asked that. I asked, did you see the car speed off?
That's a very vague statement. Would you be able to clarify?
Well, sure. Did they spin the tires, or rub the tires? Have the tires burning, screeching out?
I don't think they did, but no, I don't recall that.
There's a moment when the gentleman confronts the lady who's in the parking lot and then gets her back to the car. You already said that you did not see that he didn't throw her over his shoulder and walk her there. Would you say he forcibly brought her back to the car?
That was the impression that I got at the time.
And how so, forcibly? I mean, what gives you that impression? What was he doing? Was he hitting her?
Well, the previous screaming was a giveaway.
Well, the screaming before he ever came out.
Correct.
All right, but I'm talking about specifically when he is there with her. She wasn't screaming then, correct?
Correct.
The entire time getting back into the car, you did not hear anything else from her, correct?
I don't know what might have been said or done.
Well, did you hear anything?
I didn't, but not from that distance.
Okay. And then, did it appear that she was going back to the car voluntarily or cooperating to get back into the car?
I think that is...
Had you ever been involved in anything like this before? Ever called 911 for anything?
No, I had not.
Relevance, Judge?
I'll allow it. Yeah. And he's already answered. Is there security at Walgreens?
No, there's not.
You don't have a off-duty guard or something there to contact?
No, we do not.
How long did it take law enforcement to come when you made the 911 call?
I don't recall. It was on the scale of minutes.
You said you've been able to identify him. Would you be able to identify the female?
Yes.
Have you ever met her?
I think she came to the Walgreens one time after.
She came to Walgreens after?
But prior to
Did she speak with you?
Yes.
Was that in connection to this case?
She had come to the Walgreens to say thank you. And that was the
She
extent
came up to Walgreens to talk to you about what you did in this case.
to say thank you for calling. Yeah, and that was the extent of our conversation.
Did you say anything to her?
You're welcome.
That was it?
I believe so, yeah. I
Any
don't
other mention of Mr. Summers or the event?
No.
Go for the question.
Redirect, Ms. Johnson.
Mr. Crosby, you were questioned about why you didn't run and try to stop the defendant from putting the victim back in the vehicle before taking off from the Walgreens. Did you know whether or not he had a gun in his pocket?
No.
Objection. Speculative.
That's overruled. Overruled. Allow him to answer the question.
No, I did not.
Did you know whether or not he had a weapon on him?
No, I did not.
And you stated that Ms. Summers had approached you and thanked you for calling 911. Were you aware that when you called 911, law enforcement was not currently investigating the crimes that had occurred just prior to the arrival at Walgreens?
Objection. There's no way this witness would know that information.
Hold on. Any objection? Let's move on.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right. May this witness be excused or subject to recall?
The state has no objection to him being excused.
Defense, any objection to him being excused as a witness at this time?
No objection. He can be excused.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. You may be excused as a witness at this time. Let me have the attorneys approach briefly. Good morning and welcome, sir. You'll come forward to be sworn as a witness if you'll stand right there and raise your right hand. Face me and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff now to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to the chair, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. You may proceed, Ms. O'Connor.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, can you please state your name, spelling your last name for the record?
David Ciesla, Ciesla.
And sir, where are you employed?
Right now I work for UC Health in Loveland, Colorado.
And what do you do for UC Health?
I'm a surgeon and a trauma medical director at Medical Center of the Rockies in Loveland.
Can you please explain your educational background to the jury?
My education after high school was 4 years of college at the University of Colorado, followed by a year of postgraduate research in California, followed by 4 years of medical school, 1 year of graduate school, 5 years of surgery residency, 2 years of surgery research, and a year of specialized surgical critical care training. All of that was done at the University of Colorado.
And are you still up to date as far as your licensing for being a medical doctor?
I'm licensed in Florida and Colorado.
Back in March of 2017, were you working at a different facility than where you currently work?
Yes, I was working at Tampa General Hospital.
And what role did you have at Tampa General Hospital in March of 2017?
So I worked for the University of South Florida in their medical practice group. I was the chief of the Division of Trauma and Acute Care Surgery, and my assignment was as faculty at Tampa General Hospital and the medical director of the trauma program.
So as a employee of USF working at Tampa General Hospital and being the medical director of trauma, what did you do specifically?
My job was mostly split into sort of missions. So as in academic practice, we have patient care responsibilities, education responsibilities, research responsibilities, and in my job as division chief, I had some administrative responsibilities.
What particular area at TGH would you be working in March of 2017?
All of those, the clinical assignments were made according to a calendar. So for example, when we have to have someone immediately available 24 hours a day and a backup person. We also have assignments to, say, the ICU or the inpatient floor or the clinic. So in March of 2017, my clinical assignments would have been either as the on-call surgeon or assigned to the ICU.
The ICU being the intensive care?
That's right.
Okay. Directing your attention to March 13th of 2017, do you recall a patient by the name of Trevor Summers being treated by you or students that you were supervising at the time that were treating this patient at TGH?
I don't have any independent memory other than what's indicated in the chart, but the chart shows that I was responsible for the people taking care of him that day.
When a person is admitted to the hospital, specifically sticking with TGH, were records notated as to why the patient was seen?
Yeah, that's part of the medical record.
Is it also notated as to the medications that are ordered and then given to the patient?
Yes.
Is it notated as to the type of treatment that the person receives?
Yes.
And are those the records that you're referring to that would have been notated in regards to the treatment of Trevor Summers on March 13th of 2017?
That's right.
Now, in regards to medications that are given, are all medications that are ordered by a physician ultimately given to a patient?
No.
So just because they're ordered doesn't mean it's actually given?
That's correct.
When you're looking at records of a patient's treatment, are you specifically looking for where those medications are given?
How it works is if you intend to give a patient a medication, you write an order in the chart. That order is listed someplace where the nurse usually can see it, and if the nurse intends to give the medication, they will mark in a different place when and where it was given.
So on March 13th of 2017, was Trevor Summers given a dosage of fentanyl?
That's what
Leading the witness. Rephrase.
Dr. Ciesla, do you recall what medication Trevor Summers was ultimately given that he was administered on March 13th of 2017?
Yeah, I don't remember, but the chart indicates that he was given a dose of fentanyl.
And what was the dosage?
If I remember right, it's 100 micrograms.
Is that a standard dosage?
It's typical, yes.
What is the purpose for providing fentanyl, that dosage, to a patient?
Usually it's for pain relief.
What is the time frame in which, when that dosage of fentanyl is given, that it would wear off?
Fentanyl is useful because it's rapid onset and rapid onset, rapid off. So it usually starts to take effect within a minute or two and usually lasts somewhere between a half an hour to 40 minutes.
And per the chart for Trevor Summers, were you able to ascertain at what time that dosage was given to him?
I think the chart says somewhere around, I'd have to look.
Would referring to the medical records refresh your memory?
Yeah, I'd rather do that than guess.
If you could look at that and then look up when you're done not reading from it directly, please.
So the record says that he was given 100 micrograms of fentanyl at 12:18.
Being 12:18 p.m.?
That's right.
Okay. And you said that it's given because it wears off faster. Is that right?
Well, it's given for pain. We choose that one specifically because it acts quickly and wears off quickly. And so when we're doing things like making assessments, we want to have there be like no confounding problems of medications.
So when you are providing this dosage of fentanyl to a patient, is that before you conduct any type of an assessment or exam of the patient?
It depends on the patient's condition. So, for example, if someone came in with extremity fractures and they just can't cooperate with an exam, we'd give them some pain relief so they can calm down and we can get a better exam. It's really all dependent on what the needs of the patient are, honestly.
If the patient is given that dosage prior to an exam, can the exam still be done?
Usually, yes.
Can the doctor or the nurse still communicate with the patient?
Yes.
As to what the patient is feeling in regards to why they're at the hospital?
Yeah, at those doses, our standard doses, yeah, that's all still possible.
Are you able to obtain consent from a patient after having that dosage of fentanyl being given for any type of procedures?
So we get consent judging the patient's response to our questions, not necessarily based on what the actual dose is. So if we give someone if we give someone a dose of fentanyl and they are able to answer our questions and display some understanding, then we consider that consent.
Does that dosage of fentanyl impair a person's cognitive ability in any way?
Generally not.
Does it cause them to be drowsy?
Well, it can. Generally not at those doses, and you assess that just by examining the patient.
Does it impair the ability for the patient to be able to talk with the doctor or the nurses?
Usually not. If it does, then you notice it on physical exam.
Now, I want to direct your attention to an exam that was done at 12:27 approximately by Dr. Bradley Franklin Peckler. What does it mean for a doctor to note in a record that the patient was oriented to time and person and place?
So we do a gross assessment of someone's cognitive function by asking them really, if they know who they are, if they know where they are, and they know what time it is.
What does it mean that if there's a notation that there is a non-toxic appearance?
It's sort of a qualitative eyeball test where you look at someone and you think that person looks sick or they don't look sick. So non-toxic would indicate that they don't look globally sick.
And then a notation indicating that the patient was active. What does that mean?
It's another way of phrasing that someone's awake and moving spontaneously and not sleeping, essentially.
From review of the records, were you able to ascertain the amount of blood loss that Trevor Summers received?
No, not directly. He suffered a superficial injury to his neck. It didn't involve any major blood vessels. It didn't alter his vital signs substantially or his end organ perfusion, things like being awake, making urine, that kind of thing.
Did he require a blood transfusion?
No.
If the fentanyl was given to Trevor Summers at approximately 12:18 p.m., would he have any lasting effects from that dosage around 1:10 p.m.?
Objection. Assuming facts not in evidence. It's not been.
No, that's overruled.
You can answer the question, doctor.
Say again, please.
If the fentanyl dosage that we've been talking about was given to Mr. Summers at 12:18 p.m., would you expect there to be any effects, lasting effects from that dosage around 1:10 p.m.?
Generally not. There may be some residual analgesic effects. Generally, fentanyl wears off pretty quickly as it's redistributed in the bloodstream, and the half-life is pretty short. So we typically think of things like you give someone a dose of fentanyl, half of it's gone within about an hour or within about 40 minutes to an hour, generally speaking.
What do you mean by analgesic?
Pain control.
I'm sorry?
Pain control.
Pain control. State will pass witness.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Doctor, you were not his treating physician, correct?
I would say that, okay. I did not provide direct treatment to him. I was responsible as the attending physician assigned to the trauma resuscitation team and a supervising physician to the trainees in the emergency department, like our residents and fellows.
Well, I mean, in layman's terms, did you ever meet the patient? Did you ever talk to him?
I have no memory of meeting him. My standard practice would be to have examined him before he was discharged.
So that's your standard practice, but you don't have any recollection of that?
That's right. I have no reason to think I didn't, but I don't remember him at all.
Would you have treated the wound to his neck?
I would not personally have done. We do, like at this institution, our responsibilities cover things like general supervision. So sewing up a superficial laceration in the emergency department would be something I would have done as a general supervising person to someone who did the actual suturing.
And again, you don't have any recollection of this. It's just from reading from the notes.
That's right.
Do you know if the patient had ever requested medication?
I don't know.
Do you know if the patient ever signed a consent for medication?
I don't know.
Do you know if Mr. Summers was Baker active?
Just from reviewing the chart, I know that it was considered. I don't know if it was ever enacted.
Do you know if he was actually examined by psychiatrists to determine if he should be Baker active?
I read that I saw that there were psychiatry notes in the chart, but I didn't read them.
Would it matter to you at all if he was going to be Baker active as to whether you would give him any of these drugs?
No.
In addition to fentanyl, wasn't he also given lidocaine?
Yeah, he got an injection of lidocaine at the site of his wound for anesthetic purposes.
Wasn't he also given a second injection of fentanyl, 50 milligrams?
I didn't see that in the record.
You see the first one, the 100. I'm on page 49.
I gotta make sure I'm on the right page that you are. I'm looking at, well, mine says page 6.
Sorry.
But I don't know if I'm...
May I approach?
Absolutely, yes.
You take a look at it. I have. See if that can refresh your recollection.
Well, the one I'm looking at here is an order that indicates that it was ordered but not necessarily given. And here it says that it had expired. I don't know what point that was. At least at the time of this printing, that order had expired. So in the column on the right, generally speaking, if something was given, it'll have an indication that says completed, or the status of that order will be noted.
So what can you tell us from what you can recall? Was he given that second amount of fentanyl or not?
Again, I don't recall anything, but just looking at the records, I don't have any reason to think he was given a second dose of fentanyl. It may have been ordered, but it's called the MAR. It doesn't show that he was given it, and this says it had expired.
Wasn't he also given morphine?
I didn't see anywhere in the MAR that he was given morphine. It may have been ordered, but not necessarily given.
And how about oxycodone, Percocet?
Same thing. Ordered.
Again, may I approach the witness? You may. I'm going to show you again, see the medical records, that he was prescribed oxycodone and it was prescribed morphine.
Yeah, these were ordered, but were not given.
Do you know why they would be ordered but not given?
It's kind of standard practice to give the nurses a number of options based on what the patient's needs are. So, for example, we often choose a short-acting agent like fentanyl because we want to give a short duration of medication. If we want something to last longer, we would give morphine, and if they're able to take oral agents or we want it to last even longer, we would give oral agents. But usually the nurses, like I said, they have an option of a number of drugs to give depending on what the patient's needs are. And then we leave that up to their discretion.
Doctor, you've testified in court proceedings before?
Yes.
Can you tell us, to a reasonable degree of medical probability, of the doses of medication that was given to him would be totally insufficient to render Mr. Summers unable to waive his rights to Miranda warnings?
I got to make sure I understand that. Are you asking me if 100 milligrams of fentanyl would unequivocally make him can you rephrase that?
No, I'm asking it the other way around. I'm asking the other way around. I'm asking, within a reasonable degree of medical probability, can you tell this jury that the dosage of medication given to him was insufficient to render Mr. Summers unable to waive his Miranda rights?
I'm sorry?
You have to announce your ruling?
Well, rephrase the question.
Okay, yes, sir. Doctor, you've given us your medical opinion about the amount of fentanyl that was given. Questions were asked about how it would affect him and being able to answer. And I'm asking a specific question within a reasonable degree of medical probability.
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. Let me rephrase the question. Can you give us your opinion about whether the medications that were provided to Mr. Summers, the fentanyl and anything else that was given to him, was insufficient to render Mr. Summers unable to make a decision of waiving his Miranda rights and speaking to the police?
I'll answer that by saying the amount of fentanyl that he was given did not interfere with our physical exam, us being able to get consent to repair his neck or cooperate with getting history and physical. So I don't really know about the Miranda rights thing, but it didn't interfere with his ability to understand and give us consent to repair his neck.
Well, you asked that question before. Your answer was you were unqualified to make that answer. Is that pretty much what you're saying about making a specific answer about Miranda warnings?
Yeah, you're asking me specifically about Miranda stuff. That's not really my thing, but if you're asking if that amount of fentanyl would have impaired his ability to communicate normally with somebody, I would say that amount of fentanyl was not enough to make him or to impair his ability to communicate.
Would you agree with me that communicating with someone, maybe telling medical history or something, is totally different from speaking to law enforcement about whether you want to waive your constitutional rights to speak to them about these crimes that are being alleged?
I don't have an opinion on that, really.
Fair enough. No further questions.
Reck.
Nothing, Your Honor.
May this witness be released by the state?
Yes.
And released by the defense?
Yes.
Doctor, you may step down. You may be released to the witness at this time. Gentlemen of the jury, it is 12:15, and it is perfect time for lunch. I am going to release you to lunch at this time. I'm going to remind you of my previous instructions not to discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Also, not to do any research related to the case. It is 12:15. I'm going to give you an hour and 15 minutes, which will give you time to get out of the courthouse and get something to eat. I saw on the news this morning that it is National Cuban Sandwich Day, and Tampa happens to be the capital of the world for Cuban sandwiches. There are several places, I'm not recommending any place specifically, but there are several places within walking distance of the courthouse that serve Cuban sandwiches. You decide on your own what you want to eat for lunch. I will see you back here at 1:30. All rise for the jury. It's not on me. I have no control over that.
We have scheduled we may be calling number 6 out of order because she has to, I think, get back to work. So we'll probably call number 6 after it.
Okay, and I appreciate, you don't have to do this, but I appreciate giving the defense a heads up if you're calling them out of order and things like that, since it's right. Not a problem. Well, you got an hour and, 15 minutes, so have a nice lunch. And we'll pick back up in here at 1:30. Oh, Mr. Marchese, one thing I forgot to mention to you this morning. My JA had indicated to me that the order, is it still not there? The order in the JAWS system regarding the transcription of the depositions has not been uploaded.
I know. She told me this morning. I contacted my office. They've contacted the reporting company. They say they're going to go forward with the order that they already have. They're preparing the transcripts. I'm asking them to expedite the ones I think they're going to need soon. So I'm hoping.
Glad to hear it. Anything from the state?
Nothing else from the state.
Anything from the defense? No, sir. Thank you all. Have a nice lunch. Defendant, Mr. Summers. Let's get the jury. You're present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. First question is, did anyone have any contact outside of the courtroom with anything related to this case or discussions related to this case? Thank you. No hands, let the record reflect. My second question is, how many of you had a Cuban sandwich for lunch? Three Cuban sandwiches. Very good. All right. So the state is ready now. They've indicated to me to proceed. We're pretty close to on time. And I am going to, if there's any delays, don't hold it against any of the attorneys or the parties. I take full responsibility for all delays. But I'm going to ask them now to please call their next witness.
Teresa Wagner.
Teresa Wagner. Ms. Wagner, good afternoon and welcome. You'll come forward to be sworn wherever you're comfortable. If you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. If you'll follow the bailiff to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. It is an elevated ramp. When you get to that chair, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. You may proceed, Ms. O'Connor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Wagner, can you please state your name, spelling your last name for the jury?
Teresa Wagner, W-A-G-N-E-R.
And Ms. Wagner, where are you currently employed?
I work for Geico.
And did you work for Geico back in March of 2017?
No.
And I'm sorry, June of 2017?
No.
Okay. Where did you work in June of 2017?
I was a crime scene investigator at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
How long were you a crime scene investigator for the Sheriff's Office?
I had been with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office since August of 2005, and prior to that I was with the Manatee County Sheriff's Office, also as a crime scene investigator for 3 years.
When did you leave the Sheriff's Office?
September of 2019.
What type of education or training did you receive in order to become a crime scene investigator?
I already had, before I became a crime scene investigator, I already had a bachelor's degree. I also had an associate's degree in crime scene technology. And throughout my career at the Sheriff's Office, I also earned a master's degree in pharmacy with an emphasis in forensic science from the University of Florida.
Were you required to take any continuing education courses or anything like that in regards to being a crime scene investigator?
Nothing was required, but throughout my career, I went to numerous training conferences, online learnings, and just other classes just to, improve my education. And I also did some training with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
As a crime scene investigator, what roles or duties did you have?
My responsibilities were to photograph, collect, and process evidence as it related to crimes, anything from property crimes up into serious persons crimes.
Is it fair to say that you would get called out to a scene or asked to process evidence at the sheriff's evidence section by a detective?
Yes.
Okay. Directing your attention to the case in which we're here for today, how did you become involved?
In June of 2017, Detective Steele asked me to process some items of evidence that had been collected by other crime scene investigators.
And what items of evidence was that?
A bed sheet and some clothing.
Can you please explain what process you did in order to analyze those items of evidence?
The items of evidence were looked at for biological evidence. So in this particular case, it was looking for semen and for blood evidence.
And what is it that you are doing in order to analyze the evidence for semen or blood?
Depending on the article that I was looking at, I examined it under white and alternate light. White light would be simple room lighting, like we would see here in the courtroom. Alternate light is, it's easiest to explain as sometimes as black light. You'll see it under like a UV light, and sometimes material will glow under UV that it doesn't glow under regular white light. There's also different other wavelengths of light where you can look at materials to see if you can get that reflection of the other material other than just the item of clothing or bedding.
Are you only using the white light or that alternative light, or are you doing anything else after that?
After that, any suspected stains are then further tested with a presumptive test, which means it's not confirming it's that substance, but it just may be that substance. So depending on what I'm looking for, it would be a test for possible semen or a test for possible blood on any of those suspect stains.
Does the presumptive test appear different if it were positive presumptively for semen or for blood?
Yes, depending on the test, they create a color change. So you would take a sample of the suspected stain and use the test. And for example, the blood test turns a really bright hot pink in the possible presence of blood. The semen test turns like a deep purple color in the possible presence of semen.
Now, I want to direct your attention to the items that you were asked to analyze in this case. You said one of those was a sheet, is that right?
Yes.
And did you look at the sheet under the lights that you've already testified to?
Yes.
And ultimately were able to see a stain?
Yes.
What did you do then?
The stains were all circled and then labeled individually and tested with the acid phosphatase test, which is the presumptive test for semen, and positive results were found.
What did you do once seeing those positive results after doing the acid phosphatase test?
I took samples from the sheet, actual cutting from the stain itself, and then those were later submitted into the evidence section of the sheriff's office.
Moving on to the item being a t-shirt. Same process, looking at it under a light and then performing an additional test on that?
The t-shirt, because the possible blood was visible on the shirt, I didn't need to look at it under the alternate light, just regular room lighting, and then tested a sample of the possible blood that was on the shirt.
Now, with the sheet, you just said that you took a cutting of where it presumptively was positive. With the t-shirt, would you have taken a cutting of that area as well, or do something different?
No, I would also have taken a cutting of that.
Okay. The pink pants that you analyzed, do you recall what you were looking for on those?
That was also being examined for the possible presence of semen.
And were you able to have a presumptive positive on that, item of evidence?
Yes.
And was it presumptively positive for semen?
Yes.
Did you collect a cutting of those pants?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to white panties. What was it that you were looking for with that item?
Also looking at it for the possible presence of semen.
Okay, and when you were analyzing the white panties for semen, were you able to identify the possibility of there being any semen?
No.
Okay. So if in that situation where you don't either see it under the alternative light or using the acid phosphatase test, do you move on with that item of evidence?
Right, that item of evidence would be done being examined at that point in time and just be repackaged to turn back in.
Okay. The purple panties, what were you looking for with those?
Those were also being examined for the possible presence of semen.
And were you able to identify it?
Yes.
And with the panties, did you then also collect a cutting?
Yes.
Then lastly, you analyzed beige panties. What were you looking for with those?
The possible presence of semen.
Were you able to identify any?
No.
Okay, so same with the white panties, you move on, don't collect anything further in regards to that evidence.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you say that you take a cutting and then package it, can you please explain how you do that?
Use a sterile scalpel. A single scalpel is used for that cutting. It's not reused on any other evidence. A sterile scalpel, and then the actual cutting itself is folded up into a piece of white paper that's placed inside a white envelope. Everything is marked, and then it goes inside one of the beige evidence envelopes.
And after you collect that, do you place it into another envelope and place it into evidence?
Yes, the white envelope goes inside a beige evidence envelope, and that's turned in.
Okay. May I proceed?
You may.
Ms. Wagner, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit L. Have you had an opportunity to review this prior to today?
Yes.
And do you recognize that?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It has a label on it that has my name and the evidence item number, and then the back of the envelope has the evidence label or the evidence tape that goes across the seal, and then it's got my initials, my ID number at the sheriff's office, and the date that I sealed it.
And is that a fair and accurate or substantially same condition as when you took the cutting and placed it in the envelope, sealing it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the state would move into evidence states Exhibit L.
Any objection?
No objection.
State's L will be admitted.
May I publish?
You may publish it to the jury.
Now, looking at the white envelope that was inside the manila envelope, Ms. Wagner, there are what appears to be two different handwritings on this envelope. Do you identify, or can you identify which is your handwriting?
Yes, the handwriting in the center envelope is mine, noting that this is cutting from the fitted sheet at marker A. So each of the stains that I found that returned a positive result were marked A through F. And then that's the item number below it. So the actual fitted sheet evidence item number, that's its designated number. And then AP positive below that, that just stands for acid phosphatase positive.
Okay. And when we open up the envelope, inside is another little piece of paper. Can you describe what this is?
Yeah, so that's the white piece of paper that I mentioned previously. And again, my handwriting on it showing that that's where that cutting actually came from. And inside would be the cutting itself.
And so, as you just said, within this piece of paper would be the cutting of the sheet that you took?
Yes, so that large piece, that's my cutting, knowing that there's handwriting on there from where it possibly went to analysis at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. There's a square cut out of the middle of it. That may be where they took their sample from. But my entire piece is that blue and white piece is here.
And there's a part of it that is a little yellowish. Is that the stain that you were able to see once the acid phosphatase test showed a presumptive positive?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. Now, once you collect the cuttings and put them into evidence, do you have any involvement with the items being sent to FDLE for further analysis or anything further yourself?
No.
State will pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello.
I understand what you're doing. You go to the scene, you do what they tell you to do, you do the cuttings of the sheets, and you test it to see if it's positive for semen.
In this particular case, I did not respond to the scene. I just processed this evidence at the crime scene section.
Okay, so except you didn't go to the scene, but you did process it.
Yeah.
And you processed it, you came up with a presumptive positive for semen.
Correct.
But you cannot tell us who that semen belongs.
No.
No further questions.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be released by the state?
Yes.
And by the defense? Yes. Step down. You may be released as a witness at this time.
Thanks, Your Honor.
You're welcome. I'll ask the state to please call your next witness.
State calls Deputy Forrest.
Deputy
Forrest.
Forrest. Yeah. Deputy Forrest, good afternoon and welcome. Good. If you'll come forward to be sworn as a witness wherever you are comfortable, if you'll please face me and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff now to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to the chair at the end of the ramp, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. Perfect. You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Deputy. Can you please state your first and your last name, spelling your last name?
Daniel Forrest, Forest.
And how are you currently employed?
With the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office as a law enforcement deputy.
How long have you been employed with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
It's been a little over 6 years.
And what's your current assignment and duties?
I'm currently assigned to the District 4 Street Crimes Unit.
And what are your duties?
Basically now we do targeted enforcement and stuff like that, but at the time of this case I was assigned elsewhere.
I'm sorry?
At the time of this case I was assigned elsewhere.
Where were you assigned back in March of 2017?
I worked the District 4 area of Hillsborough County, which is the South County, as a patrol deputy.
And what were your duties as a patrol deputy?
Basically responding to calls for service, traffic enforcement, things like that.
Were you working on March 11th of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you called out to a Walgreens in the Fish Hawk area?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall approximately what time you were called out there?
If you don't mind if I refer to my report here.
Would that refresh your recollection?
Yes. We responded to the scene at approximately 21:20 hours.
And so that is in non-military time, 9:20 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you responded out there, did you know what kind of call you were responding to?
I believe the call initially came out as a kidnapping call.
And did you respond to the Walgreens in the Fish Hawk area?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that located within Hillsborough County?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
What were your initial observations upon your arrival there at the Walgreens?
Initially, when I arrived on scene, I made contact with the 911 caller.
Mr. Randall Crosby, conducted a brief interview.
Deputy, I'm going to show you what's already been introduced into evidence. It states composite D1 through 5, publishing D1. Is this your initial page that you attach to your photographs that you take at scenes?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And what is the case number at the top? Is that a number that corresponds to the investigation or the call that you respond to?
Yes, ma'am. That number represents both the police report that we initiated as a result of this call, and it also represents the call number that was assigned to this call as it was being dispatched.
And what is the ABN?
The ABN is my personal identification number. It's like a badge number.
And the date, is that the date in which the photographs were taken?
No, ma'am. The photographs would have been taken on the 11th. The 12th is just the date that I uploaded them to our database.
Okay. And have you previously looked at the photographs of the Walgreens?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the publishing D3, do the photographs accurately depict your initial observations of how things were left upon your arrival?
Yes, ma'am.
And you stated that when you initially arrived, you briefly spoke to a Mr. Crosby. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also did you ask him to do anything else other than speak to you?
Yes, ma'am. I requested he pull up any available video surveillance footage of the Walgreens. There was a video camera in place there, so I asked that he pull it up and we review it together.
Did you in fact review that video surveillance?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Deputy, I'm showing you what's already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit D as the Walgreens video. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it as the video footage that I impounded as a result of Mr. Crosby making me a copy of the footage.
Do you see your initials here on this disc?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Have you watched this recording prior to today?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
And does this recording fairly and accurately depict the surveillance footage you obtained from the Walgreens store of the incident that occurred on March 11th of 2017?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Upon your investigation there at the Walgreens, were you able to ascertain a tag number that was observed by Mr. Crosby?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do with that information?
I conducted a query of Hillsborough County databases in reference to the tag. Found that the tag was associated to a Saturn SUV, which was registered to an Elisa Summers. Basically, as a result of that query, I ran that name just to see if I could obtain any more information. That query led to the revelation that there was an active injunction in place at the time of this incident with regard to Ms. Summers.
And who was the other individual involved with that injunction?
Trevor Summers.
Did you relay that information to other deputies that were assisting in this investigation or other supervisors?
Yes,
ma'am. Did you remain there at the Walgreens, or did you respond to any address or location that you obtained from your investigation with that information you had gotten regarding a tag, who it was registered to, and a possible injunction?
So other deputies responded to the associated addresses. There was a brief portion of time where I responded to a separate address, but ultimately there was no activity there or anything like that. But
nothing that assisted you in furthering your investigation?
No, ma'am.
Did you speak to anybody else there at the Walgreens?
Yes, ma'am.
And who is it that you spoke to?
There were 2 juvenile witnesses that came forward. If you don't mind if I refer to my report, I can pull their names.
Would that refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
Please let me know when your memory's been refreshed.
The 2 juveniles were Kimberly and Kelly Shea.
And did you conduct interviews of them like you did with Mr. Crosby?
Yes, ma'am. The only difference being that since they were juveniles, we called.
You're saying. Hold on. Well, be careful not to say. The question doesn't call for a hearsay. Just answer the question without telling us what someone else may have said.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Did you conduct interviews of them?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you speak to their mother first before you interviewed them since they were juveniles?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, may I have a moment?
Yes.
Deputy, did you ask any of the individuals that you conducted interviews of to complete written statements?
Yes, ma'am.
Which individuals completed written statements?
All of the individuals that I conducted an interview with completed a written statement.
Mr. Crosby, Ms. Kimberly Shea, and Ms. Kelly Shea?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Judge, to say to pass the witness.
Questions, Deputy? No questions. May this witness be released by the state?
Yes, Judge.
And released by the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time.
Thank you, sir.
State, I'll ask you to call your next witness.
Corporal Mark Wilder.
Corporal Wilder. Wilder, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, sir.
You'll come forward to be sworn as a witness. Wherever you're comfortable, you'll face me and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear affirm the testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? So help you God?
I do, sir.
Thank you, Corporal. If you'll follow the deputy to the bailiff to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable.
Thanks, sir.
You're welcome. You may proceed, Mr. Combs.
Corporal, can you please state your name for the record?
Corporal Mark Wilder.
First name spelling M-A-R-C instead of K.
Corporal, how long have you been employed with the Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 24 years.
And back on March 12th of 2017, were you a corporal then?
No, ma'am. Actually, I was a field training officer.
Okay. When did you become a corporal?
Back in 2021.
As a field training deputy in 2017, what were your roles and duties?
And training all the new recruits as they came out to our specific district.
And did you have a new recruit with you on that day?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Who was that?
John Campbell.
Please, can you explain how does it work with your training a new recruit as a field training deputy while out on patrol?
What it is when the deputies come out of the academy, they have 4 phases they go through. Each phase, you have an FTO that they're assigned to. John was actually in phase 1. He was a former teacher prior to being a law enforcement officer. And it was my job to get him up to speed, train him on how to properly do things, how to properly write his reports, how to properly go through procedures and everything when he gets out to the streets.
For a new recruit on the streets initially, are you allowing them to kind of take control of the initial scene in which you're responding to? Or are you performing everything and they're observing?
No, he's actually performing.
And are you there to supervise?
Yes.
Make sure that everything is
just to monitor his activities, make sure he's doing everything correctly.
Okay. Now, when it comes to the writing of a report in that situation of a person you're training, how does that work?
Now, in this situation here, John was actually writing the reports. We're signed on together in the vehicle under one computer. So we're actually signed on together. So again, in the report, it'll show my name as primary, but he's actually writing the reports.
Do you later review the report?
Yes, I do.
Make sure pertinent information is included?
Yes. I end up reviewing the reports as well as the supervisor ends up reviewing the reports as well.
Okay. So on March 12th of 2017, did you and Deputy Campbell respond to an address of 1412 Dew Bloom Road in Bellrico?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And were you the first unit to respond, or were there units already on scene?
No, the evening shift units were actually present before we got there.
Do you recall around what time you and Deputy Campbell got to that residence on the 12th?
Approximately about 10 minutes to 6 in the morning.
You were day shift?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you were there to relieve night shift deputies?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the purpose of you responding there other than relieving the night shift deputies?
Our responsibility was to respond there and secure the scene that we had, and it was that home at Duplin address.
Were you advised of the reason why you needed to secure the scene?
Yes, we were.
Prior to responding there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so when you and Deputy Campbell got to that residence, what did you and Deputy Campbell do in first securing the scene?
Well, after we relieved our midnight units, we actually responded and just stationed ourselves out in the front of the residence. That way we have total observation of the residence at all times.
And when you say position yourselves, are you both still in the marked patrol vehicle you arrived in?
Yes, ma'am. Directly out in front of the residence.
Okay, just sitting there and having a visual on the home?
Correct.
Okay. And at some point, did your attention get directed to this home?
Correct. Yes, it did.
And what caused that?
Well, essentially, while we're sitting in the vehicle, all of our windows are down. That way we can still hear everything that's going on. While sitting in the vehicle, we actually heard a noise of like a door or a window or something opening and closing towards the rear of the residence.
And what did you two do after hearing that?
We then went around the residence just to check the perimeter, and that's when we discovered on the back side, which would, I believe, is going to be the east side of the residence, we located a screen, window screen that was actually placed up against the wall of the residence.
Did you notice anything about the screen and the window that screen would have been on?
Well, it was actually on the south side of the residence is where we discovered the window screen was missing.
Did you observe anything else on the perimeter of the house?
We also observed cigarette butts around it. Looked like they were fresh cigarette butts around the residence.
Do you recall where those cigarette butts you saw?
They were right outside of the window area. They were on the perimeter of the residence.
Did you look inside any of the windows?
We could see, but there was blinds and stuff inside.
Were you able to see somewhat inside
Yes.
the rooms? Okay, the window that you observed the cigarette butts on the outside of, when you looked in that window, what were you able to observe?
It appears that it was like a children's room. You see toys, different things that would identify with the child.
And then as far as the window that had the screen removed, were you able to see inside that?
That was the window.
That was that same window?
Correct.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may. Okay.
Corporal, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit Set A9, A10. Nope, I apologize. It was not. A9. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And is that the screen that you were describing?
Yes, that's the one that was on the west side of the south side. Correction.
And then directing your attention to A13. Again, from Set 1 of State's Exhibit. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And are those...
Cigarette butts that were outside the window.
Okay. you and Deputy Campbell observe these two things as far as the screen and the cigarette butts, what do?
We noticed that the window where that screen was, it looked to be ajar.
Did you manipulate the window?
We actually nudged the window to see if the window was unlocked.
And was it locked or unlocked?
It was unlocked.
Okay. So after doing that, what did you and Deputy Campbell do?
We continued to secure that area because we didn't know if there was anyone in the residence, so we notified our supervisors as well as our criminal investigations division.
So when you say secure the area, are you just making observations of the outside of the home at this point?
Yes, we're just making observations. We haven't attempted to enter the residence or anything else. We're holding secure just in case there is someone in there. Deputy Campbell and I actually took up 2 different positions. That way we could see all 4 corners of the residence.
And then you indicated that you notified your supervisors. What happened after that?
Supervisors responded out to the scene as well as our criminal investigation division responded out as well.
And once they responded, was entry made into the home?
Not immediately. They came out the first time. It wasn't until the second time they came back out that we actually entered the home.
And what changed as to the reasons for entering the home at that point?
That I'm not sure of. I believe that our CID wanted to make sure, do a welfare check on the home, make sure there wasn't someone in danger inside the home.
Fair to say they had additional information at that point in time?
Correct.
How was entry made into the home?
We actually went to the front door. We actually forced entered the front door.
And did you take part in going inside the home?
Yes, I did.
Was the purpose to look and see if there were any individuals in the house?
Yes.
And were you or anybody else who entered the home able to find anybody?
No.
The house was empty?
Correct.
What do you do after clearing the home and seeing that there's nobody inside?
Once we cleared the home, everyone immediately backed out of the home. Our number one priority is just to make sure there was no one in the home in need of assistance.
Was there any focus on looking for potential evidence at that point in time?
No.
Now, after you exited the home and after clearing it, what did you and Deputy Campbell do?
We responded back outside, secured the residence, and we also notified our maintenance who actually came out later on and repaired the door.
Did you have any other involvement in this case?
The only other involvement is later on that afternoon, approximately about 1:15, we did respond to another sighting of the possible vehicle that was involved in the incident.
Did you have the suspect vehicle information prior to receiving that dispatch?
Yes.
Once you responded to that call, did you speak with anybody?
Yes, we responded to that location, we spoke with the complainant.
Prior to that, did you also have any descriptions of the individuals that law enforcement was looking for?
Yes, our agency put out a full alert of everyone involved in the situation.
And when you went to meet with the person who called later on the 12th that you responded to and met with, were you able to ascertain if the vehicle that he or she saw matched the description?
Yes, we did. We were able to determine it was not the vehicle that we were actually looking for.
And what did you do after that?
After that, we ended up taking the statement from the subject, and then we proceeded about our day.
Do you ultimately notify supervisors of that too?
Yes.
Okay. Any other involvement, Corporal?
No, ma'am.
State will pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir. How you doing?
Good. You testified that you initially stayed in your patrol cars with the windows down, waiting to hear if you could hear surroundings.
Correct.
And then you heard some what you described as loud noises.
We heard noise coming from there. It sounded like possible doors or something opening and closing.
Were you ever able to determine the source of those sounds?
No, sir.
So when you looked at the perimeter, there's nobody at the perimeter.
No.
And then nobody in the house.
Correct.
Any idea where those sounds came from?
Could have come from the rear of the home. Could have come from next door. Unsure. But it was enough for us to draw our attention and for us to respond and check on it.
Okay. And you do say that you did find some cigarette butts outside that window.
Correct.
Did you also find cigarette butts at the front of the house?
I'm not sure. I don't recall of any cigarettes out. We just thought it was strange how they were lined up outside that window. That's what drew our attention to it.
All right. Did you see any cigarette butts inside of an ashtray or a type of a bowl or anything in the front of the house?
It's possible, but we weren't looking for something like that.
All right. No further questions.
Redirect.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Released or released?
Released.
Released by the defense?
Yes. No.
Thank you. You may step down. Corporal may be released as a witness at this time. I'll ask the state to please call your next witness.
Deputy McGarden.
Deputy McGarden.
Here, see.
If you'll come forward to be sworn wherever you're comfortable, if you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Deputy. If you'll follow the bailiff to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to that chair at the end of the ramp, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Connor.
Good afternoon, Deputy. Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Deputy Jason McGarden, McIrvin.
And Deputy, how long have you been employed with the Sheriff's Office?
Almost 6 years.
Do you have prior law enforcement experience?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Where was that at?
City of Aurora Police, Aurora, Colorado.
And how long were you with Aurora Police?
10 years.
As a patrol deputy, do you respond to calls that you get dispatched to?
Yes, ma'am.
And fair to say that would be a wide variety of calls.
Yes, ma'am.
You would be, in essence, the first person on scene.
Sometimes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Back on March 12th of 2017, were you in the same position as a patrol deputy?
I was a patrol deputy then. I'm currently a civil deputy now.
Okay, what's the difference?
I serve court documents right now.
A lot less interesting. Sounds like.
On some days, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So as a patrol deputy in 2017, you would get dispatched to areas or calls from either 911 calls or just dispatch sending you there. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
right? Okay. And on that date, were you in a marked patrol vehicle
Yes, ma'am, I was.
and in a uniform such as today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you a one-man unit that day, or did you have somebody else with you?
I had somebody else with me. I was in field training at that time.
Okay, and who was your field training officer?
Deputy Quintana.
All right. Now, you and Deputy Quintana, did you both respond to a residence located at 1412 Dew Bloom Road in Valrico?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And what did you and Deputy Quintana do once there?
I assumed a perimeter position in the front of the house.
Did you or Deputy Quintana ever make entry into the home?
No, ma'am.
Did other units eventually make entry into the home?
Eventually, yes, ma'am.
You maintained your position outside.
That's correct.
Okay. After the home was cleared, did you maintain your position, or were you relieved from that position?
I was relieved once they had made entrance and cleared the residence.
What did you do, if anything, after that?
After that, I went to another call for service, which I was canceled off of.
Was that a completely separate call?
Unrelated.
Unrelated.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then after that, did you have other involvement in this call?
I did, ma'am.
What was that?
We responded to a church that was a known associate of the Summers.
Did you conduct any interviews there?
I personally did not. Deputy Quintana did.
Okay. So after those interviews were conducted, what did you and Deputy Quintana do?
We proceeded to the address on, I'm sorry, I can't remember the street name. Is it okay if I refer to my notes?
Yes. If you, is it reflected in a report that you created?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you could review that and look up when you're done.
We responded to the residence on Newberry Grove Loop.
Okay. Was that 11737?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do once you responded to that residence?
I ended up conducting a neighborhood survey.
The residents of the 11737 Newberry Grove Loop, were you aware of who lived at that residence?
The 11737?
Yes. When you responded, were you aware of who lived there?
I knew that this involved the case that we were in, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said you conducted a neighborhood survey?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the point of that?
Just to obtain any information, if anybody had seen anything, any evidence
Any evidence, meaning,
of a crime having occurred.
were you looking for neighbors who would potentially have video surveillance?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to speak with any homeowners nearby the 11737 house that had video surveillance?
Yes, ma'am. I spoke to 3 different residents.
Okay. Was one of them a Jeffrey Conklin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you able to obtain a video from him?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Did he pull the video up from the system that he had and you viewed it at his home?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he ultimately later send it to you?
Yeah, via email.
And what did you do with it after that?
I transferred from email to a compact disc.
Okay. May I approach witness?
Yes, you may.
Showing you as pre-marked as State's Exhibit G, do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to review it before today?
I have, ma'am.
And did you initial and date when you reviewed it?
I did.
And does this fairly and accurately represent the video that Mr. Conklin, Conklin for the record, showed you on March 12th of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
And the same video that you ultimately impounded into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Deputy, did you have any other involvement after conducting that neighborhood survey in this case?
No, I stood by just as a support role for the immediate time afterwards.
The state will pass the witness.
Cross-examination? No questions. May this witness be released by the state?
I'm sorry, hold on, Judge.
Yes. And by the defense?
Yes.
You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll ask the state to call your next witness, and then we may do our afternoon break after that witness.
Judge, can we approach?
Absolutely. All right, I'll ask the state to please call your next witness.
The state calls Elisa Summers.
Elisa Summers. Good afternoon, ma'am. If you'll come forward to be sworn, wherever you're comfortable, if you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat in that chair. Make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. You may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Can you please state your first and your last name, spelling your last name?
My legal name is Elisa Matthewson, Mathewson.
And what was your legal name in March of 2017?
Elisa Summers, Summers.
And how do you spell your first name?
Alisa.
And are you currently employed?
I am.
And how are you employed?
I'm a Medicare insurance agent.
And are you currently married?
I am.
And who are you married to?
Jeffrey Matthewson.
And how long have you been married?
I have been married since February 2018.
And do you have any children?
I have 5.
And what are their names and current ages?
Arden is 19, Landon is 18, Bryn is 13, Grady is 11, and Cooper is 9.
And were you previously married?
Yes.
And who were you married to?
Trevor Summers.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do.
And can you please describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's wearing a gray sweater.
Please let the record reflect she has identified the defendant.
The record shall so reflect.
And when was your divorce final?
My divorce was final April 25th of 2017.
I'm going to draw your attention specifically starting with March of 2017. Were you together with Trevor Summers or separated at that time?
We were separated.
And when did you become separated from the defendant?
October 2016.
And is that when you physically began living separately from the defendant?
That is correct.
And where did you move to?
I moved to 1412 Dew Bloom Road, Valrico, Florida.
Okay. So 1412 Dew Bloom Road, that's where you started living when you separated. Is that where you lived on March 11th of 2017?
I did.
And is that located within Hillsborough County, Florida?
It is.
And where did Trevor Summers live in October of 2016?
He remained at 11737 Newberry Grove Loop in Riverview.
Is that also located within Hillsborough County, Florida?
It is.
And can you describe your residence that was at 1412 Dew Bloom Road? How many bedrooms and bath? How big was it?
Okay, it was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, approximately 1,000 square feet, the 1-car garage.
At the time that you separated in October 2016, were you both sharing custody of the 5 children?
We were.
Drawing your attention specifically to March 10th of 2017, do you remember what day of the week that was?
It was a Friday.
And was that a day that you were going to have your children?
Yes.
And did you have all 5 of your children on that date?
I had 3.
And what 3 children?
Arden, Bryn, and Grady.
And what was the plan for that evening?
I was to pick them up at the playground within Trevor's neighborhood. So I went in that neutral spot, the playground. I picked up Arden, Bryn, and Grady, and we were going to go back to my house, watch movies, have dinner, and they were going to sleep over.
Now, how come Landon did not come that time?
Landon chose not to come for the visit.
Okay. Was he having some issues with the separation and the divorce between you and the defendant?
He was.
Was there an injunction at that time as well that prevented the defendant from coming to your home?
Yes.
Was there an injunction that prevented you from going to his home?
Yes.
Now, did you watch movies the night of March 10th of 2017?
We did. We watched Storks.
And that evening, did anything unusual happen?
No.
Do you recall after the movie was over, what happened?
I was tired, and I kind of started dozing off on the couch while the movie was going on. And so I was going to go to bed, and Bryn and Grady, it was past their bedtime, and they asked to sleep in my bed with me, and I let them sleep in bed with me. And Arden wanted to stay up, watch movies, and said she was going to just sleep on the couch that night.
Did Bryn and Grady have their own beds in your home?
Yes.
Was it a separate bedroom?
Yes.
And that night they had asked to sleep in your bed?
Yes.
Did Arden have her own bed at your home?
Arden and I shared a queen-size bed in my bedroom.
Was that the master suite?
Yes.
But that night she chose to sleep on the couch?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately what time you, Bryn, and Grady went to sleep?
It was a little before 10 o'clock, 9:45-ish.
Did you take anything to go to sleep or on any medication like that to help you sleep or anything?
No.
Hey, finally got done with that call. That was pretty cool. Yeah. going to be about Delphi. And they were saying they were just really like the way that I do the show and the texture that I create and how it makes you feel like you're actually there when I explain different things. So it's cool. It's exactly what a lot of you guys say all the time. And, you know, they didn't even mind my personality. So that was pretty cool. And, yeah, we were just talking about a whole bunch of just different elements and, you know, pretty cool, pretty cool. And thanks. Hey, look at that. We're hour and 41 minutes in and only 29.38% to go. Yeah, that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. So hopefully I'll have my studio. I guess at some point they might actually fly out and interview me. I'd be on the screen. Who knows, you know? Yeah, pretty cool, pretty cool. I'll have to wear my freak gear, you know. So anyways. So this is the wife hat. Did she just get on the stand? I kind of missed the last little bit here.
Do you wake up?
Yes.
And do you know what time that was?
It was 3 o'clock.
How do you know it was 3 o'clock?
I had a digital clock with large numbers on my end table.
What caused you to wake up?
I was woken suddenly from a deep sleep to water droplets on my face, and when I was trying to get my bearings, I realized there was a dark figure in my bedroom.
Did you have any lights on in your room?
No.
Any light on in the bathroom that's attached to your bedroom?
No.
What did you do when you saw the dark figure?
I started to scream, "Who's in my room? Who's in my house?" The dark figure went up against the wall, leaning against the wall, and I kept screaming. And then I heard a voice say, "Calm down."
Did you recognize that voice?
I did.
And who did you recognize that voice to belong to?
Trevor Summers.
Were Bren and Grady still in the bed with you at that time?
Yes.
What were they doing when that initial interaction took place?
They were starting to stir, but had not fully woken awake.
What's the next thing that happened?
When he said, "Calm down," and I realized who it was, I started reaching to my end table and throwing objects from my end table at him.
Do you recall what you threw?
I always sleep with a cup of water that has a straw in it, and I grabbed that and threw that. There was a box of tissues. So those are the items that are normally on my end table.
What's the next thing that happened?
He grabbed my feet from the end.
And when you say he, is that the defendant?
Yes, Trevor Summers grabbed my feet by my ankles, the end of the bed, and drug me, my full body off of the bed, pulling all the bedding and everything with me.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Ms. Matheson, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 1, Set 1, A1 through 104. Have you previously looked at these photographs prior to today?
Yes.
Okay. And do they fairly and accurately depict what your home looked like on March 11th of 2017?
Yes.
State offers an evidence State's Exhibit Set 1, A1 through 104.
Any objection? No objection. Set A1.
No, sorry, Set 1?
Set 1. Set 1, A1 through 104 will be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge.
You may publish to the jury.
Publishing Set 1. All of these will be Set 1 that I'm referring to, A2. Ms. Summers, if you can look at that screen, what are we looking at here?
That is the front of my home on Dubloom.
A3.
That is the address, 1412.
Dubloom, is that correct?
Correct.
A4, is this a close-up of your front door?
Yes.
A5, what are we looking at here?
That is the front window to the family room.
And almost like you're walking if you're facing your home, you're walking to the right of it. Is that correct, along the outside?
Oh, that's the side of the house, walking to the backyard.
So let me just go back to the beginning. So this is the front window here towards the right of the house. So it's almost as if you're walking towards the right side of the home. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you're facing it. A6, again, is this still on the right side of your home?
Yes.
A7, is that simply a close-up of the photograph that's in A6?
Yes.
A8, is this towards the backyard?
Yes.
The back corner of your home?
Correct.
A9, what are we looking at here?
That is the backyard, the only window facing the backyard.
And which room is, whose room is that? With
That
the window
is
there?
a playroom with toys and for the kids to play in.
Was that screen off of that window the last you knew?
It was left off.
Was it always off, or on March 10th of 2017 was that screen on?
That screen would be on.
Okay. A10. Do you see these white things on the ground?
Yes.
What are those?
Cigarette butts.
State's Exhibit A11, is that simply a close-up of the window?
Yes.
Moving on to A14, is this another photograph of the back outside of your home?
Yes.
And A15, is this the left side?
That is.
Or if you walked around to the left?
Correct.
The side of your home. And whose bedroom window is that?
I can't tell from the glare if that is the, I can't. That's not the side that has the hose on it, correct?
Let me go back to the overall photograph of the home. So it's the bedroom, the back bedroom on this side of the house.
That would be the master
Okay.
window.
Moving to the inside of your home, States A20. Is this a photograph of your front door?
Front door.
Was there damage to that front door the last you saw your home on March 11th of 2017?
No.
A21, what are we looking at here?
This is the family room and the hallway.
A22.
This is the family room.
A24.
Another angle of the family room.
And what is in this room back here with the little alcove cutout?
That is the kitchen.
And what does this hallway lead to towards the back center of the photograph?
The bedrooms and the bathrooms.
Publishing A44. What does this photograph depict?
The master bedroom.
Was this the bedroom that you were sleeping in on the night of March 10th of 2017?
Yes.
And is this the nightstand back on the left side of the bed?
Yes.
That you referenced picking things up?
Yes.
Now, when these photographs were taken by law enforcement, you were not present for that, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you tell me how you, Bryn, and Grady slept? Who slept on the left, the center, and the right?
I slept in the middle, and I don't remember which child was on either side of me, but there was a child on either side.
Where was your cell phone when you went to sleep?
On that end table where the box of tissues is.
And how many cell phones did you have at the time?
I had two. I had just changed and upgraded to a new cell phone, and I kept the old phone that had no service on it.
What kind of phone was your old phone?
It was a Samsung.
And what kind of phone was your new phone?
An iPhone.
States A52, the water bottle that is on the bathroom countertop, is that the water that had been thrown when you learned that the defendant was in your home?
Yes.
So you had stated that the defendant drug you from your bedroom out into the family room where the blue couches were. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What happened when you got out into that family room?
He attacked me in that family room, and I fought to try to get out the front door. I tried kicking him, scratching, poking him in the eyes. I just didn't have the strength, and every time I would get some distance from him and try to reach the door, he would grab a hold of me and throw me over the couch that's there along the hallway side, and throw me over the couch, wrestling in the family room area. At some point, I found my old phone that didn't have any service and dialed 911. And of course, I hit send, and he grabbed it out of my hand and canceled the call. I kept wrestling with him, trying to get any distance I could from him. I ran to the kitchen to get the house phone, the landline phone from the kitchen, and it had been removed from the wall.
When you went to sleep that night on March 10th of 2017, where was that landline phone?
It was hanging on the wall where the opening is to the kitchen, that little window. It's on the wall that is like kind of the pillar on the side of the kitchen. Okay. As soon as you go into the kitchen.
Publishing A27. What are we looking at here? What is this area?
This is the desk area in the family room.
And I'm pointing to this white phone in the right center of the photograph. What is that?
That would be the kitchen phone that is removed from the wall.
So when you went to sleep on the night of March 10th of 2017, that was hanging on the wall the way you previously stated?
Yes.
Is there a jack or any way for that phone to be plugged in there?
No.
When the defendant initially drug you out of your bedroom, what did Britton Grady do?
So he drug me down the hallway by my ankles as I was kicking and twisting my body trying to get away from him. And I heard...
Objection.
Hearsay.
Hearsay. Just getting ready to state what the children have stated. That would be hearsay.
Do you intend to have her testify as to what they said? You asked, what did they do?
I can lay the foundation.
Okay, or she can testify to what they did without testifying to what they said. The question called for what did they do?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Ms. Madison, did the children follow you out of your bedroom?
They did.
When the defendant pulled you out of the room?
They did.
What was their demeanor when they saw this happening to you?
They were in a panic.
What did they say at that time?
Objection. Hearsay. Overruled.
I can answer.
You can answer, yes.
Okay. I heard, "Daddy, don't kill Mommy."
What happened when they were out there? What did they remain out there, or were they told to go elsewhere?
Trevor, I'd say, barked at them, yelled at them, "Get back in your mother's bed and don't come out."
Did they come out at any time while you and the defendant were struggling in the family room after that?
No.
What was the defendant's demeanor after the children went back into the room?
Just struggling with me, trying to get me under control of just trying to pin me down, trying to get me to stop fighting.
Stop fighting back?
Yes.
Stop trying to get to the door?
Yes.
Stop trying to get to where you knew a phone may be?
Yes.
When you went to bed, you said, was it your Samsung phone, the old phone, or the new iPhone that was by your nightstand?
The new iPhone.
Where was the Samsung phone when you went to sleep on March 10th of 2017?
It was in the family room, coffee table, end table, one of those two.
When you are struggling with the defendant in that family room, is there any yelling going on, screaming, or anything like that?
Yes.
Is there any talking happening, any conversation happening in the family room at that point?
No.
At times, was there not struggling going on, not fighting back?
Yes.
What would happen during those times?
So either I would be so exhausted or I'd be pinned down in a way that I just couldn't struggle or move. And I would hear a call from the bedroom, "Mommy," and I would answer back, "It's all right, I'm okay."
What was the defendant's demeanor when those things would happen?
Non-reactive.
At some point, or when you were in the family room and you knew Britton Grady were with you, did you ever see Arden?
No.
There. Did you know where she was at that time?
No.
Did you ever call out for her?
No.
Did you ever, when you that night had picked up Arden, Bryn, and Grady, Landon was left with the defendant. Did you see Landon in your home that night?
No.
What were you wearing that evening? What did you wear to bed?
Pajamas.
What kind of pajamas?
I can't recall, but I wear pajamas to bed.
Would you normally wear like a t-shirt? Would it be top and bottoms?
It would normally be like a t-shirt and a pair of pajama pants.
Okay. And that evening when you saw the defendant in the family room, what was he wearing?
A pair of jeans, a black t-shirt, and he had tied on his belt loops scarves all the way around his pants, and it made it look like he was wearing like a dress, but it was scarves.
When you say he had scarves on his pants, what color were they?
They were white, pink, and peach.
Did you recognize those scarves when you got out to the family room and realized what they were tied around his waist?
I did.
What were they?
They were scarves that were mine, that were left behind at the Newberry Grove Loop home. They were left in the closet of his home in a metal bin with a lid.
Were those your scarves?
They were.
And so you had, those were things that you had never transported to your new home on Dubloom, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you ask him what he was doing with those scarves tied on his waistband?
Yes, it was dark in both the bedroom and in the family room. And one of the times in the struggle that he had me pinned down, I asked, "What do you have on you?" I wasn't sure what these things were that were hanging. And he said that they were scarves. And then I recognized that they were indeed scarves. And as it got lighter out, I could see them more.
When the children were still, when Bryn and Grady were still there at the house, did the scarves, did he ever do anything with the scarves that you recall?
No.
At some point, do you see Arden?
Yes.
And where do you see her?
After a few hours, I was being held in the corner of the family room, and she came through the front door and walked straight back the hallway, back to the master bedroom. And I heard, "Come on, let's go." And I watched as she and Bryn and Grady walked up the hallway and out the front door.
Did you know Arden was going to be entering the home when that happened?
No.
So the defendant didn't tell you Arden's coming to get the kids, anything like that?
No.
When she walked in the home, did you say anything to her?
No.
Did you have any idea where she had been?
No.
Did you say anything to Bryn and Grady?
No.
Or Arden when they left the house?
No.
Did you know where they were going?
No.
Was Arden similar to Landon in that she was upset about you and the defendant getting a divorce?
Yes, she was.
Did you see Landon at any point when Arden came in to get Bryn and Grady?
I knew he was there. I don't recall if I saw him. If I saw him, it was very, very quick.
How did you know he was there?
I must have seen him because I knew he was there. He must have been in the doorway when she came in, but I remember knowing he was there.
Did you make any statement to Landon when you saw him?
No.
When the kids go out the front door, where's the defendant when the kids are walking out the front door?
He was holding me in the farthest corner of that family room, like the last seat of the couch, the furthest from the door. And I would say he was on top of me, but he was really light, wrapped around my body, holding me in place.
So you were not able to run out the front door, is that correct?
No.
Do you know where the children went?
No.
Did you ask the defendant where the children were going?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
He told me that his parents came to get the kids and and to take them home.
And what kind of car did Trevor Summers have on this date?
I had no understanding of his car. I'd never seen his car. He told me that he bought a new Chrysler Pacifica.
But you had not seen it today?
I had not seen it.
Okay. After the children, first of all, let me stop. Do you have any idea what time what time frame this is when the children leave? Are you looking at a clock? Do you have access to a clock when you're in that family room area?
There's no clock in the family room.
When the children leave, what happens next?
The same demeanor he had while sitting on the couch, the restraining me, holding my body, was the way that he escorted me back to the master bedroom. He guided me, and I was exhausted now, and he took me into the master bedroom, and that's when I saw the time, approximately between 5:30 6 o'clock area.
During, from the first time that you saw him, from 3 o'clock until 5:30 6 o'clock, after you had been trying to get out the front door, and then he guided you to the back, what was your mindset as far as whether or not you were going to be able to try to get out of the house anymore?
I tried as much as I could to get help and to get out the front door, not just for myself, but for my kids. But I realized that he was going to overpower me every time I tried to do anything. So at this point, I've completely exhausted, and I'm just left in that position.
Okay. When he takes you back from the family room, where does he take you to?
He takes me to the master bedroom.
And what happens in there?
This is the first time that he ties me up. He took the scarves and he tied my hands, my
Are these
wrists.
the scarves that you had described earlier that was around his waistband?
Correct.
And what did he do with those scarves?
He tied my wrists, tied my ankles, put a sock in my mouth, and wrapped a scarf around my mouth. He pulled a nylon rope from his pocket and cocoon wrapped me in this nylon rope.
When you say, was that your body or still your hands?
No, my whole body.
This nylon rope, did you recognize where this came from?
No, I'd never seen it before.
Okay, so it was not a particular item from your home, is that correct?
No.
Did he tie you up with anything else this initial time?
Yes, once I was tied there, lying on the bed, he left and came back in with my Christmas lights from my garage.
When he had left to go get these Christmas lights, were you able to get free?
I was working my way out. I was able to kind of squirm and push my feet kind of up on those ropes that were around me and was able to kind of loosen things up. And then when he came back in with the Christmas lights, he tied those Christmas lights to my bed frame. It was like a metal bed rail, and he crisscrossed them over me, securing me down to the bed.
Was there any getting out of it at that point?
No.
Were you able, did you have the sock in your mouth still, or?
Yes.
So you were not able to communicate?
No.
Where did you recognize the Christmas tree lights?
Yes.
And how did you recognize them?
We had Christmas. That was my first Christmas on my own a few months earlier, and they were Christmas lights from my bin in my garage.
So you recognized them from being from your home?
Yes.
What was the defendant saying anything to you? Were you saying anything to him when he was tying you up, either with the scars or with tying you down to the bed?
Not at this point.
Was there any conversation that had occurred in the family room?
No.
Ms. Thompson, whenever, I don't mean to interrupt you, but it's 3 o'clock. Whenever you get to a good breaking point, we'll do our afternoon break.
Yes, Your Honor. Were you on speaking terms with the defendant at this time, or was it solely the communication was based around the children?
The communication at this time was only through attorneys, and our oldest daughter, who was 14, okay, I'm going to pick you up at the playground. I didn't communicate at all with Trevor Summers.
Was there, and this I'm speaking about in March 10th of 2017, that was it? It was through attorneys?
Yes.
And it was through your oldest daughter to pick up the other children?
Correct.
Either her or the other children?
Correct.
Judge, I think we can take a break.
Okay, gentlemen of the jury, we are going to take our afternoon break. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case during your break. We will see you back after about 15 minutes. All rise for the jury. Let the record reflect everyone is present. Ms. Mathewson, let's go ahead and bring you back down and put you in the witness stand, and then we'll get the jury if the state is ready. And the defense?
Yes, sir.
All right, after you're up here, we'll get them. You can go ahead and have a seat, and then the bailiff will let us know when they're outside, and we can all stand. While the door is closed, Ms. Johnson, approximately any idea? I'm not rushing you, trust me. I just am looking at, it's 3:20. Seated, everyone else may be seated at this time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Welcome back. We are going to pick up where we left off with the direct examination of this witness.
Ms. Summers, Ms. Matheson, I apologize. I want to take you back for a moment to Friday, March 10th of 2017. You had explained why Landon did not come to your home that night. Cooper, why didn't he come that night?
Trevor Summers did not release him to come to my house.
So you had Arden, Brennan Grady, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you are being tied down to the bed, are you fighting back, struggling at that time, or what were you doing?
As much as I could fight back, I did. As much as I could try to get loose, I did. But at some point, I came to the realization of my situation. I am stuck. I'm tied to this bed. I'm not getting out.
Okay. And you had briefly stated there was an injunction in place prior to March 10th of 2017. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Ms. Matheson, I'm showing you what's been identified as State's Exhibit AA for identification purposes.
Sorry, did you say AA?
AA. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of the temporary injunction that was in place on March 10th of 2017?
Yes.
State offers into evidence State's Exhibit AA.
Oh, sorry.
Are you having an objection? No, do not. I'm not hesitating to be admitted, but on the exhibit list, I don't see an AA. I see an A1, an A2, and A3.
It's on the second page, Joe.
Oh, okay.
We go through the whole alphabet, and then we got to start over.
Not a problem. All right, so it is states AA, and it will be admitted at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I see it.
Permission to publish,
You
Judge?
may publish it to the jury.
Ms. Mathewson, this is the first page of that document, and it lists you as the petitioner versus Trevor Summers as the respondent. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it's for a temporary injunction for protection against domestic violence with minor children.
Yes.
And there was a hearing date that was scheduled for March 7th of 2017, which was prior to the March 10th, 2017. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did that hearing date get continued?
I sent my attorney. I didn't go to that hearing.
Okay. Did you receive a new date?
Yes.
And when was that new date scheduled for?
It was scheduled for the week of March 13th, someday that week. I believe it was the 15th, possibly.
Okay. Do you know if the continuance was made by the defendant or by his attorney on his behalf?
Yes.
Did you ask that this March 7th date get moved?
No.
The temporary injunction, even though the hearing date for whether or not a permanent injunction is going to be granted, did not affect this temporary injunction. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
So on March 10th, March 11th, March 12th, March 13th of 2017, this injunction was still binding, was still effective.
Correct.
Showing you publishing the last page, which shows a document filed February 22nd of 2017 at 3:59 p.m. It shows that Trevor Summers, the respondent, was identified via Florida DL and was served with this document. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall the date in which you sought your petition for the injunction?
It was a holiday that Monday, so I had to go in on that Tuesday. It would be the 21st. February 21st would have been that Tuesday.
And showing you the second to last page of this document where Judge Gabbard signs this on February 21st of 2017 at 6:38:22 p.m. So the day before Trevor Summers was served with this document, correct?
Correct.
we're going to go into why you sought this injunction. Judge, maybe you approach for a moment.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a brief instruction for you at this time. I don't need the microphone. The evidence that you are about to receive concerning other crimes, wrongs, or acts allegedly committed by the defendant will be considered by you for the limited purpose of proving motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, the absence of mistake or accident, and to corroborate the testimony of Elisa Summers, and you shall consider it only as it relates to those issues. However, the defendant is not on trial for a crime, wrong, or act that is not included in the information. You may proceed.
Ms. Mathewson, yes. You got an injunction on February 21st of 2017.
Correct.
Why did you get an injunction on that date?
Because Trevor Summers held me against my will at knife point on February 18th.
Of 2017?
Of 2017.
So we're going to talk about that incident for a little bit. How is it that you came to be in contact with the defendant on February 18th of 2017?
He contacted me and wanted to do a marriage settlement agreement. He was being extremely kind to me. We were trying to, I thought we were being an amicable divorce, which is what I had wanted. I had wanted to be able to co-parent for the kids, and he was being very nice, was agreeing that the marriage was over, was agreeing to get me a marriage settlement agreement, and asked me to come to his home where he would have a notary.
Was that at the Newberry Grove Loop?
Yes.
Did you agree to go to his home on that date to discuss the final divorce and marriage settlement?
Yes.
And do you recall approximately when you went there on that date?
Around lunchtime.
And when you got there, were the children there?
No.
And what happened when you arrived at that Newberry Grove Loop?
The notary was not there, but he said that she would be coming soon, and that he wanted to talk to me first. He wanted to basically go over all the faults in the marriage, the mistakes that he had made, and said that he was accepting that the marriage was over, and that he had prepared the marriage settlement agreement, but asked me if I would have sex with him one last time in our marriage.
And you had been married for 16 years and had 5 children together, is that correct?
Correct.
So is that something that you did agree to?
I did.
Was that sex consensual?
Yes.
And so what happened after that?
The notary came, and we sat with the notary, we had the forms notarized.
Was everything in the agreement, everything he had told you that he was going to do?
Yes.
And what were those things? You said he was being very nice.
He was 50-50 custody of the children, child support and alimony, and just an agreement of splitting holidays and things along those lines.
And was he going to provide you a check on that day?
Yes.
What was that check? Couldn't be in
It was $25,000, and I believe a second check for the first week of child support.
And so the notary came. Did all the documents get signed and notarized?
Yes.
What happened next?
He asked me if I would stay and have a drink with him.
And did you do that?
I did.
What did you have to drink?
I had a martini.
Did the defendant drink alcohol?
Yes, I believe he had like a scotch or a whiskey, something along those lines.
And is there any more conversation that takes place on that day?
No, just that we were going to be friends, that we were going to be able to move forward for the kids, and that, you know, it seemed like we were just going to have a nice friendship.
Did you then leave after that?
I didn't. He said, well, now that we have signed this agreement and it's notarized, it's kind of like we're not married now. Can we have sex again? And I did.
And that was consensual?
Yes.
After the sex, did you leave at that point?
He had made something to eat. I ate with him, and then I said, I really have to get home to the children. I need to leave. I went out the front door, and he said, "Oh, I almost forgot I have something else for you." And we went back inside, and I followed him in to the house and followed him into the master bedroom.
What happened when you got into the master bedroom?
It's a hallway, and he went through the hallway and turned into, he normally keeps his safe and things in the closet, so he went into the closet.
Is that closet within the master bedroom?
It is, and the door of the closet faces the master bed, and he turned into the closet and turned back and pushed me down onto the bed and pulled a knife out from between the mattress and the box spring, and he held a machete at my chest.
What happened at that point?
He opened the end table, and there was rope and duct tape, and he told me if I cooperated, he would not tie me up, and he would not use the rope or the duct tape.
And what did he mean by cooperate? Did you know at that point?
He told me that he was not okay with the divorce, that what I had done and destroyed the family, that he was not going to take this, and that I was going to stay and listen to him.
Were you able to leave at that point?
No.
What took place after that?
I was held for a few hours and just sat on the bed, stayed still, stayed calm, spoke to him, told him that I understood how he was upset, and that if he let me go, that we would forget about this and that nothing would happen. Just let me go.
Why did you stay calm and try to convince him to let you go?
Because I figured I'd be able to talk my way out of it, and he would let me go. Like he made a mistake and just let me go.
Did he let you go?
Yes, eventually I was able to talk him down, calm him down, and I got into my car and left.
And prior to him letting you leave, did you promise him that you were not going to call the police?
I did.
Once you left, did you in fact call the police?
As soon as I pulled out of his driveway.
And did you, after that, is that when you ultimately sought the injunction?
Yes.
And so you had described that your relationship then in March of 2017, that you two were not speaking.
No, we were not.
You did not go to his house to pick up the children. It was at a public area.
Correct.
So we're going to go back to talking about, we're in the early morning hours, early afternoon of March 11th of 2017. You were tied down to the bed. What is happening at this point? You're tied up and you're tied to the bed. What does he remain in the bedroom?
So this is I got Chris tied up at approximately 6 a.m. on that Saturday morning. After he used the Christmas lights to tie me to the bed rails, he went and got the vacuum, brought the vacuum in, and used the vacuum cord to go underneath the mattress and wrap around to strap me more down.
Is any conversation happening when this is, and what is his demeanor?
He, at this point, does remove the sock and the scarf from my mouth, and his demeanor was that he's been upset about the divorce, that he is getting a boat and going out and disappearing and getting out in international water. So that's as soon as he removes it from me, I ask, where are the children? Where are the kids at? I'm tied to the bed. You just removed the sock and the scarf from my mouth, and I want to know where my children are. That was the first conversation.
And so what did he tell you about where the children were?
He told me that his parents drove from Riverview up to Valrico and came in and collected the children.
And so was the first time that you learned how the children left, was it at that time, or was it when, shortly after the children had walked out of the home?
It was at that time.
Okay. And so when he had told you that his parents had come and gotten the children, did you have any reason to believe anything else, or that they got home any other way?
No.
Does he put the sock back in your mouth at this point?
No, because I was having some problems breathing. I had been trying to breathe through my mouth. I had some congestion, and I just asked him, like, I'm not going to scream, and so he did not put the sock back in my mouth.
Okay. I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought for a moment. When you discuss that he is upset about the divorce and that the marriage is ending, was he aware that you were moving on romantically in your life?
Yes.
And how were you doing that?
I had met someone. I had met Jeff Matthewson, who is now my husband, but at the time we had just met.
And were you dating?
We were friends. We were both interested in dating, but due to the circumstances, we had decided that we were going to be friends. And he was very nice and kind and looking out for me.
Were you dating? Had you dated prior to meeting Jeffrey Matthewson?
I went on one date, and then there was one guy that came and set up a fire stick on my TV, and that was it.
Was that a date, or was that someone who?
It wasn't. Nothing happened. I've been considered a date.
Okay. When did the defendant have problems with the fact that you were moving on from him?
Yes, in our marriage, I was never allowed to speak to a man or have men on my Facebook or have anything to do unless it was supervised.
That was the kind of marriage relationship that you had with the defendant?
Yes.
So briefly, after he had taken the sock out, you had asked about the children, you had started to say that he was talking about a boat. Can you explain what the defendant told you about this boat?
Yes, he started telling me that he was going to disappear. He was getting a boat to international water. He had chartered this boat that was going to take him out of the country, basically no papers, no questions asked, and that he would be leaving approximately at 9 a.m. So I'm thinking, okay, I need to wait
At
out.
9 a.m., meaning the morning of March 11th?
Correct.
Okay, so this is shortly after, you're having this conversation shortly after the children leave the home?
Correct. So approximately to me, it's like, okay, 3 hours, and I'm going to be fine in 3 hours.
Because you're thinking back to what happened on February 18th, it's going to be done.
Correct.
Okay. So, what happens during that once he tells you that, and you're thinking, all right, I'm just going to have to get through 3 hours? Did he say what was going to happen when he was going to go get on this boat at 9 a.m.? What was going to happen to you?
Not at this point.
Okay. Do you question him any more about this?
No, he was just in and out of the room, and I just was staying calm and buying my time.
Did you have any reason to believe that what he was saying about this boat was fake, made up, not real?
No.
So, do you remain tied up on the bed there?
Yes.
Okay. And where does the defendant, does he remain there in the bedroom or go elsewhere?
He was in and out.
And when he would be in and out, did you know where he would go?
No.
How long would he be gone from your bedroom?
Maybe 30 minutes and come back in and sit on the edge of the bed and talk some more and then go out of the room and do whatever he was doing.
Did you know whether or not he remained at the home when he would leave the bedroom or if he left the home?
No.
You had said that your hands were tied, you were tied down to the bed, and they were tied to the bed frame, and you were tied underneath the mattress. So were you able to get out of that at all when he would leave for these periods of time?
No.
Did you try?
I tried.
At some point, does he come back in?
Yes.
Are there conversations that are taking place during this time?
It was a lot of kind of rambling type conversations. He would just talk about just random things about money in offshore accounts, and he's got this boat and he's going to the islands.
Okay. What's the next thing that happens that you remember?
So 9 o'clock came and went, and approximately 10 o'clock he comes in and says there's no more boats running. They only run them at nighttime. I'm going to be here until night comes, and then I'm going to go.
When he comes in and says this, is this something that he is upset about?
Yes.
What is his demeanor?
Yes, he seems that he's upset. He missed the boat. He missed the timelines, and now he's got to wait all day here in my house, and I'm feel deflated as well because now I'm in this situation until nighttime.
Is there any conversation that takes place? Anything else during this time?
No, he started to undo all of the things that had me tied to the bed, undo even the scarves, and completely untied me.
Did you ask him to untie you, or is that something he did on his own?
He just started untying me.
Did you question him, like, why are you untying me? Anything like that?
No.
What happened next once he untied you?
He started to remove my bottoms and proceeded to have sex with me.
Was that with your consent, that sex?
No.
Did you tell him no?
No.
Did you fight back?
No.
Why is it that you did not tell him no or fight back?
Because I didn't want to get hurt.
Was that your fear at that point based upon everything that had happened up to that point?
Yes.
Did you say anything to him?
No.
Did he say anything to you, or did he just remove your bottoms?
Just removed my bottoms.
What was going through your head at that time?
Just need to get through this day. I'll just get through this day.
When you say that you had sex, what body part of his touched your body part?
His penis into my vagina.
What happened when the sex was over with?
I was now untied. I was able to get up and put my bottoms on.
Was it the same bottoms that you had worn prior to him taking them off?
Yes.
Were you wearing underwear?
Yes. At this point, he is staying right on top of me, not allowing me to have kind of free range of things. So he is just his body like right up against my body. And I asked him if I could go have a cigarette.
Were you a smoker?
I smoke when I'm a lot of stress. So I, with the divorce and things, I had picked it up and said, I'll quit when things settle back down.
Did you smoke in your home?
No.
When you would smoke before this March 11th incident began happening, where would you typically smoke?
The front door, there was a chair, and there was a little bucket, and I would put the cigarette butts there, sit in that chair.
Did he allow you to smoke in the front of the house on March 11th of 2017?
No.
Where did the defendant allow you to smoke?
The one window that faced the backyard.
And is that the photograph that I showed you previously with the cigarette butts?
Yes.
Were those your cigarette butts?
Yes.
So how would you, tell me how that would happen?
So he would, still touching his body, my body, would guide me kind of like a puppet, would move me over into that room, hovering over me. He'd let me sit down on the floor, and he would open that window, and I was able to lean while he is hovering over me the entire time and smoke.
Did you feel like you could run to the front door during this transition from your bedroom to the bedroom that he was going to allow, from your bedroom to the room that you were going to smoke from?
No.
And was that the kids' playroom or the kids' bedroom?
Kids' playroom.
The master bedroom you had stated was in the back side of the house?
Correct.
And the kids' bedrooms and the playroom, were they on the same side of your home or the opposite?
They were on the opposite.
The opposite side from the master?
Correct.
Were the playroom and the kids' bedroom on the same side of the house?
Yes.
And which room was further towards the back? Was it the kids' bedroom or the playroom?
Playroom.
So you were in the window in the bedroom that was furthest to the backyard?
Correct.
Were you able to scream out the window for help or anything like that?
No. He was again right there. So if I tried to scream, I didn't feel safe. But also, there's nobody that in that proximity from the backyard. You can't see the house behind. There's a large fence.
Did you, when you said it wouldn't be, I think you said safe. What do you mean by that?
I didn't feel safe with him hovering over me. That if I started to scream, that then he would hurt me.
Okay. And you were afraid of being hurt?
Yes.
Okay. After you smoked a cigarette, what was the next thing that he did? Did he allow you to remain there in the children's playroom?
No, he guided me back into the master bedroom.
And when you say guided, was he holding on to you? Was he pushing you? What do you mean by that?
It's kind of like a parent would kind of, not like you're holding the child's hand, but if you were to be behind them and they're smaller and you are kind of pushing them in the way you want them to go.
Okay.
But still keeping your hands on them and guiding.
So you stated you weren't allowed to stay in the playroom. Where were you moved to?
Back to the master bedroom.
And what happened when you got back to the master bedroom?
He tied me for the second time.
How were you tied up this time?
This time was hog-tied.
When you say hog-tied, what do you mean by that?
I was laying on my stomach, and he used the rope that he had brought from his home.
When you say how did you know he brought that rope from his home?
It was not rope that was at my house, and
Okay.
he had pulled it from his pocket the first time he had tied me up.
Was this the same kind of rope that you had described that he had cocooned your body, had tied up?
Yes.
Okay. Did he use that same rope that you had been previously tied up with, or did he have more rope?
The same rope.
Did it match the rope that you saw in the drawer on his nightstand drawer from February 18th of 2017?
No.
And so, explain to me again, I'm sorry, when you say hogtied, what do you mean by that?
I was lying on my stomach, and he tied my ankles up to my hands. So my hands are like this, and my ankles are that way as well.
So your hands are behind your back?
Yes.
And your ankles and your hands are tied together?
Yes.
And is it with the same kind of rope?
Yes.
Do you remember what color that was?
It was black.
And so were you laying on your stomach or on your side?
I was laying on my stomach.
And after, did he say anything to you why he was tying you this way, this particular time?
No.
What happened next after he tied you up?
He put duct tape over my mouth, and I started struggling because I was having problems breathing because I had some congestion, and I just couldn't breathe out of my nose. And so he removed the duct tape and told me that as long as I was quiet, he would not have to use the duct tape.
Had you been screaming when you were tied up prior, the first time?
No.
Okay, but he had still told you that if you are, you have to be quiet.
Yes.
Did you remain quiet?
Yes.
So you didn't have to have the tape on your face?
Correct.
Did he remain in the room when you were hogtied?
Once I was tied up, he was in and out.
Same as he was before?
Correct.
Did you know what he was doing out there?
No.
Do you know how long you were hogtied up for?
Overall, it was in that position, and I was hogtied for a few hours.
Were there any conversations that took place, anything that he came in and discussed with you or did to you when you were in the hogtied position?
Yes, as soon as he had, shortly after tying me into the hogtied, he used my thumbprint to unlock my iPhone.
And was that how you typically unlocked your iPhone, was from your thumbprint?
Yes.
Do you know where your iPhone came from?
This is the first time that I'd seen it since it wasn't on my end table.
So does he walk in with your iPhone in his hand?
Yes.
And is he able to unlock your phone with the thumbprint?
Yes.
Is there any, do you ask him, what are you doing with my phone? Does he tell you what he's doing with your phone?
He told me that with the conversation about him going to the island, he was disappearing and all of this, and that I would be left, alone with the kids and everything that was his. And I said something along the lines is, nobody's going to believe any of this. And he said, I'm going to
When you said that he was leaving everything to you and nobody's going to believe any of this, what do you mean by that?
I mean, he just disappears and we're in the middle of a divorce, and I'm thinking, okay, first person they're going to look at, or that the fact that he came into my house and violated a domestic violence protection order, all of these different things that I'm right now hogtied. Like, nobody's going to believe any of this. And he said, I'm going to make a video for you.
And were you present for the video that he makes?
Yes.
Does your room have a fan in it?
Yes.
And does he make these videos on utilizing your iPhone?
Yes.
Going back for a moment, we had briefly discussed about Arden and Landon being upset about the divorce.
Yes.
Were they also upset about you reporting the February 18th incident to law enforcement?
Yes.
Were they present during that incident?
No.
But they were upset that you had reported something to law enforcement about their father?
Yes.
Yes, you may.
Ms. Mathewson, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit Y for identification purposes. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes.
And how is it that you recognize it?
Those are my initials.
And have you had the opportunity to review this disc?
Yes.
And does this disc contain several videos? Are they fair and accurate copy of videos that the defendant recorded utilizing your iPhone?
Yes.
State offers an evidence State's Exhibit Y.
Objection Y. No objection. All right, Y will be admitted.
May I have one more, sir? The videos that were done in your presence, can you see your fan
Yes.
going? Is there a video that was not in your presence but was on your phone that was done in a different room?
Yes.
Separate from you?
Yes.
You had stated that you were congested. Were you taking any medication for that issue?
So I would say 4 days earlier, I did have a head congestion, bad enough that I was taking NyQuil, and there was a bottle of NyQuil in the bathroom.
Did you take any NyQuil on March 10th?
No.
Did you take any NyQuil on March 11th?
Yes.
Did you request that NyQuil?
No.
How was it that you came to take NyQuil on March 11th?
Trevor Summers several times gave me NyQuil to drink.
Would you drink it when he gave it to you?
Yes.
Were you holding the bottle drinking it, or was he pouring it in your mouth?
He was pouring it into my mouth while I was tied.
Okay. Did you say, I don't want to take that, or did you take it?
I took it.
Why is it that you took it?
Because, again, I was afraid and just going along with keeping myself safe.
When the defendant came in and needed your thumbprint, did he say anything? Did you know whether people were calling you, trying to get into contact with you, or if he was talking to people utilizing your phone when he was away from your room? Did you know any of that?
I don't know.
In the video, in one of the videos that is obtained that's gotten from your iPhone that the defendant made, where are you when that video is made?
I am hogtied on my bed.
At some point, are you moved positions, or do you get out of that hogtie?
Yes. At one point, being hogtied, the pain was so incredible, of shooting pain and spasms through my back from being in that position, that I was crying out to him, begging him to please just roll me onto my side, so that way my legs and my arms would stop the pain radiating through them and through my back. And he came in and pushed me over onto my side, still hogtied.
Okay. What's the next thing that you remember happening?
After this, with him going in and out and me being hogtied and then moved hogtied on my side, he eventually came in and untied me and had sex with me again.
Was there any conversation before that occurred?
No.
Did you tell him no?
No.
Did you do the same exact thing that you did the first time that he did that?
Yes.
Did he remove your clothes, or did you remove them?
He did.
Did this occur in your bedroom?
Yes.
On your fitted sheet?
Yes.
And did you offer any resistance or tell him no, or did you simply acquiesce?
I just simply went along to keep myself safe.
Did you consent to that sex?
No.
Can you tell me what body part of his touched your body part?
His penis and my vagina.
And both the times that we've discussed this, does his penis go inside of your vagina?
Yes.
What's the next thing that you remember happening?
Again, he let me put my pants on and go, and he again led me, guided me back to the playroom window, sat me down just as before, and allowed me to smoke out that window.
What's the next thing that happened?
He took me, guided me back into the bedroom, this time guided me into the master bathroom. He told me to undress and get in the shower. He left the shower curtain opened and stood there the entire time I showered, with his arms out, blocking, and just standing there hovering so I would not try to escape out of the shower.
At any time did you say, you don't need to do that, I'm not going to run, you don't need to be guiding me, I'm not going to run?
No, it just, that's what he did and how he controlled my movements within the house.
Okay. What happens after you get out of the shower? Did you put those same clothes back on, or did you put different clothes back on?
Different clothes were on. My hair was still wet.
What did you do with the clothes that you had taken off?
They went into the hamper that was in the bathroom.
And I'm sorry, did you remember what you were wearing, the clothes before you took a shower?
The pajamas.
Okay.
And then it was, again, some sort of a comfortable type clothing, like something that you would be able to be comfortable and sleep in, that I put on. I don't remember what the next clothes that were put on, but it was something comfortable.
When you said that you put on comfortable clothes that you could sleep in, did you sleep at all during this entire time since 3 a.m. that you were awoken by the defendant?
Because of the NyQuil, I had dozed, but while tied up, I had been able to doze.
Okay. So after you put the clothes on and got out of the shower, what's the next thing that happened?
He told me that it's getting late. He's going to be leaving for the boat soon. And I thought, okay, I've made it through this day. It's almost over. And he told me that once he is out into international water, that my best friend Jennifer would be contacted to come to my home and untie me. But he had to tie me up to make sure that he could get out into international water.
And so where does he tie you up?
He ties me, and I begged him. I said, please don't hog-tie me. It was so painful. Please don't. And he put, similar to the first tying up, he laid me on my back. He had tied me more my wrists, my ankles, but then he had gotten a sheet, a pink sheet, and he wrapped the sheet around me as a cocoon and then wrapped around that. And then...
Do you know where this pink sheet came from?
It was in the hall closet right outside the master bedroom. There's a hall closet.
Was there any getting out of that?
No, this one was even more cocooning and tight than the first time.
And so what did he expect you to do once he left for the boat and you were tied up?
He turned on the Netflix series Crown and said, you'll enjoy this show. Just watch this to entertain you until Jennifer comes and unties you.
So does he then leave and go get on the boat?
He left. And I
when you say he left the room or he left the home?
I thought he had left the home.
Okay. So what do you do?
So I wanted to make sure that he was really gone. I laid and watched the show calmly because I didn't want him come back in and see I'm half out of this. And then after probably 30 or 40 minutes, it was so quiet, and I was sure he had left. I started to squirm. I started to try to wiggle my way out, and that's when then my bedroom door opened, and I saw the look on Mr. Summers' face and realized he was there to kill me.
Can you describe that look?
It was the most evil, frightening look that I'd ever seen.
So what happens?
He put a pillow over my face.
Can you describe this pillow?
It was a normal bed pillow that you would sleep on with a tan pillowcase on it.
Was this a pillow from your bedroom or another bedroom in the home?
It would normally be on my bed.
Was it on your bed?
I don't recall. My recollection when I saw him come in the room is that he had the pillow behind his back.
Okay. So what's the next thing that happened that you remember?
He pushed down the pillow on my face, and I'm just moving my head, squirming, trying to get air. And he climbed on top of me with his full body weight. First his upper body, full force on the pillow on my face, and then he actually scooted up his lower body and straddled up on my upper chest area to put even more pressure down on my face.
And were you still tied up at this time?
Yes.
And did he say anything when he came in with the pillow or when he was pushing it down on you?
No.
Were you able to say anything?
No.
Were you able to gasp for air or find any way to take a breath?
I tried, and sometimes I would get a little bit, but I'd be like, this is my last breath, and this is it.
What's the next thing that you remember?
I remember. Can you talk about what I was thinking?
So we'll get there.
Okay.
But what's the next thing that you remember?
When I lost consciousness, and when I came to, the pillow was on my face, but there was no pressure. And I remember leaning up to try to get some air, like where the pillow comes in, and I just said, please. When I said please, he lifted the pillow off of my face, and he looked at me, and he said, what? Please, what? And I said, please, I'll do whatever you want, please. And he said, you're going with me. And I said, yes, I will go with you.
When the last thing you remember, you felt the pressure of the pillow coming down, and then you realized the pillow is just laying on top of your face. Did you lose consciousness in between those two events?
I did.
Do you know how long you had lost consciousness?
No.
What was going through your mind when that was happening?
I was thinking about my children, and that I know where I'm going, and I'm going to meet Jesus.
You need a minute. Judge, can we have a minute?
You want to take a break? You need to take a break, ma'am? All right? All right, you proceed.
So you had agreed to go with him. Why did you agree to go with him?
To stay alive.
And when you were agreeing to go with him, it was to go be on this boat with him in international waters. Is that correct?
Correct. We were going out to international waters and going to the islands.
So when you agree to go with him, what happens?
He goes, he took the Christmas lights and he put them back into my garage. I wasn't there, but he took those Christmas lights and came back with a suitcase that was in my garage. He began to...
Were you all untied at the point that he comes back with the suitcase?
Not fully untied yet.
Were you able to get out of it?
No.
How did you feel after you had gone through the suffocation and losing consciousness?
I could not feel my extremities. I could not move my arms and legs from the lack of oxygen.
Who packs the suitcase, or what does he do with the suitcase?
So he put the suitcase up on the bed, opened it, and began going through my drawers, going through my closet, and placing things into the suitcase.
Did you assist him in any way in packing that suitcase?
No.
Do you know publishing set 1A10, how that screen got off of the window?
I don't want to say what I believe.
No, you can't say what you believe. Do you know how that screen got off the window?
No.
Okay. The last time you were either in the children's playroom or you were in your backyard, how did that window and screen look?
Normal, like the screen on the windows.
Okay. Set 1A2, here on the ground, there are multiple cigarette butts. You talked about 2 different smoking times that he allowed you to smoke from the children's playroom window. Were you allowed to have more than 1 cigarette during those times?
Yes, but they were back to back.
Does Trevor Summers, does he smoke?
No.
Does he use tobacco products?
Yes.
What tobacco products does he use?
Kodiak, wintergreen, chewing tobacco.
Looking at states A20, can you tell me what these hooks are up here in the top center part of the photograph?
That would be my key hook, where I walk in and I always hang my keys on those hooks.
Your car keys?
Car keys. Mm-hmm.
And they're not there in that photograph, is that correct?
Correct.
States A22. When you described how the defendant had you when the children exited, was it on the couch or on this end of the couch that's in the pretty much almost the center of the photograph?
Yes.
Is that the far side that you were referencing?
Yes.
When you went to bed that night, how were these pillows positioned on the couch? Or were they positioned on the couch or on the ground?
I normally kept them on the couch.
During the struggle with the defendant, is that how those pillows got down to the floor?
Yes.
So you normally had your couch kept the way your pillows are on the other side of the couch that backs the kitchen
yes.
wall? States A26. This small turquoise item on the coffee table, can you tell me what that is?
That would be an old case for the old Samsung phone.
And was the last time you saw your Samsung phone, was it in that case or in a different case?
In a different case.
So was that just sitting out on your coffee table?
Yes.
States A29. Can you tell me which room we are looking at here?
That is the entrance to the garage.
States A30. Specifically, this yellow bag on top of the dryer. What is that?
That would be my tool bag.
Is that where you had left it when you went to sleep on March 10th of 2017?
Yes.
States A31. Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
That's the other side of the garage.
Did your garage appear this way when you went to sleep on March 10th of 2017?
Yes.
With the wrapping paper up against the wall there and a box that appears to have a Christmas tree open?
Yes.
States A35. What are we looking at here?
That is inside the tool bag.
And is that the duct tape, your duct tape that was located within that tool bag?
Yes.
Looking at A38. This black nylon rope, is that what you had described earlier that he had, the defendant had tied you up with?
Yes.
The rope that you said was not from your home, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know, was that in your trash can when you went to sleep on March 10th of 2017?
No.
And to the, looking at down on the trash can to the right, it appears to be what is a NyQuil or generic NyQuil bottle. Was that in your trash the night of March 10th of 2017 when you went to sleep?
No.
Did you put that bottle in the trash can?
No.
Did you put those rope pieces in the trash can?
No.
States A44. The brown pillow that the defendant utilized to suffocate you, do you see that here in the picture?
Yes.
Do you know which, if it was the one that was on the top or the bottom?
I don't know which one.
States A45. Can you describe for me what this black and white item is along with this peach item on the floor?
The black and white item is the belt to the dress that's in the laundry basket. And the peach item would have been the scarf that he had tied on him.
Were there multiple scarves that were tied on him?
Yes.
Was that black and white belt that belonged to that dress part of one of the items that he had tied to his pants, or that was separate?
That was separate.
Did he ever utilize that to tie you up?
No.
States A46. Let me go out so we can see what we're looking at. This appears to be the top of the
armoire.
Yes. Do you recognize the items on the top there?
Yes, those are scarves that he had tied to him that he used to tie me up with.
Was that the first time that he tied you up?
Yes.
Or both times?
The first time.
States A48. You had previously testified that the Kleenex box you had thrown at the defendant when you had realized that he was in your room. Do you know how the Kleenex box got put back up there?
I don't recall. So
Showing you states A49. There appears to be some writing on your bedroom wall. Do you know what that says?
Thanks for being an asshole.
How did that get on your wall?
On February 20th, 2017, I was at work. I came home from work to find my home vandalized. There was writing all over the walls. There was Kool-Aid poured onto my bed. There was trash thrown everywhere around in my home.
Do you know who did that?
My children.
And when you say your children, what children?
Arden and Landon.
And was that done due to them being upset about you reporting their father to the police about a February 18th incident?
Yes.
So March 10th and 11th of 2017, is it safe to say that they were very supportive of the defendant?
Yes.
Publishing A67. Whose room was this?
This was the children's room.
And it appears to be there's 3 beds in this bedroom?
Yes.
One with pink sheets, one that's in the middle there with what appears to be a wooden headboard, and then one with what appears to be dark navy fitted sheet on top.
Correct.
Whose beds were those?
Bryn, Cooper, and Grady.
Did their room look like that the night of March 10th of 2017 when you went to sleep?
Yes.
Showing A73. Which room was this?
This was the playroom.
And is this the window here that you were allowed to smoke out of?
Yes.
When you went to bed the night of March 10th of 2017, were all of your windows locked?
Yes.
And did you lock your front door?
Yes.
States 83. The little blue metal or little blue pail that is to in this photograph the right of your front door. What is that?
That would be where I would throw my cigarette butt.
Is that when you would typically smoke when the defendant was not there? That's where you would put it?
Yes.
States A84. Is that a close-up or view of what is inside that pail?
Yes.
A96, the duct tape that is located in this trash can. Was that duct tape in there when you went to sleep on March 10th of 2017?
No.
A98. What is this in the on the very left of the photograph sitting on a chair in your bedroom?
It's an old tablet of the kids. I don't believe that it worked.
So we left off talking about he had packed a suitcase for you. You had agreed to go with him to this vote.
Yes.
So do you all leave the home or remain at the home?
He helped me because I couldn't move my extremities. He helped me get dressed into warm clothes. He said I needed to be in warm clothes when we're out on this charter boat. Helped me put on a pair of jeans, a white button-up shirt that was long. The back, I would say, had kind of like tails. It was a long torso, white shirt, and then a green sweater. And then he tied my hands behind my back.
Did he tell you why he had to tie your hands behind your back if you had agreed that you were going to go with him willingly?
No.
How does he tie your hands behind your back? Do you know what he utilizes?
The black rope.
And Do you then exit the home?
Yes, so as we were walking up the hallway, there was a blanket, like a teal color blanket, and he took that off of the couch and he put that around my shoulders.
Was that blocking the view of your hands tied behind your back?
Correct.
And how is it that you all were going to be leaving your home?
He said that we were going to go to his home to get his suitcase and say goodbye to the kids, and he grabbed my car keys from the hook and put the suitcase right out front of the front door and walked me to the car, put me into the car, pulled the seatbelt across me, buckled me, got the suitcase, put it into my car, and then he got in the driver's seat of my car.
Did you at any time tell him that he could utilize your car?
No.
Did you give him permission to borrow your car?
No.
Did you agree to allow him to use it so that you all could go say goodbye to the children and get his suitcase and then go meet this boat?
No.
Was that, in fact, your vehicle that you owned?
Yes.
What kind of vehicle was it?
It was a Saturn Outlook.
Is he driving the vehicle?
Yes.
And where does he drive to?
He drives down Lithia Pinecrest. And to go to his home, normally we would turn onto Lithia Pinecrest and then make a quick right onto Bell Shoals. And he didn't make that quick right. He continues down Lithia Pinecrest.
Do you know why he was taking a different route?
No.
Did you ask him why?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
He said that he had to make a stop first.
Did he tell you where he needed to make this stop?
No.
Where ultimately is the stop?
He pulled into the Walgreens.
Is this the Walgreens located in Fishhawk?
Yes.
And what happens when he arrives at the Walgreens? Can you describe where he parks in relationship to the entrance?
He parked, pulled in and just kept going straight into the first parking spot that was off of the entrance.
Did he park the car that the car was facing the store or facing away from the store?
Away from the store.
And does he say anything to you before getting out of the car?
He got my wallet, and I would keep $200 cash for an emergency in my wallet. He took cash from my wallet and said, I need to get you more NyQuil.
Did you say anything to him like, I don't need NyQuil, I'm fine? Did you ask him to get you NyQuil?
No.
Did you remain in the car when he got out of the car?
Yes.
Do you see where he enters into the store?
Yes.
What do you do then?
With my hands tied behind my back, I maneuvered and was able to hit the release to the seatbelt. And then I leaned and used my hands to open the door and push with my body weight and push myself out of the car.
Were the doors locked?
I don't recall.
What do you do when you're able to open up the door?
I started running away from the store towards the main road and screaming, help me, he's going to kill me.
Why did you run away from the store to the main road and not into Walgreens?
Because he was in there.
Do you know how far you got from the Saturn SUV?
Maybe 20 feet.
And what's the next thing that happened?
He came running through the parking lot, grabbed me, in full force around my body, picked me up and got me back to the car. And as he's trying to push me into the car, I'm arching my back and pushing up on the running boards and screaming and trying to force for him not to push me into the car. Once he pushed me into the car and closed the door, it took so much effort to be able to lean forward and get back out the door that he was able to run around and get into the driver's seat and take off.
And did you see any employee outside of the Walgreens, either when you had exited the car or the defendant was putting you back in the car?
I did.
What happened? What's the next thing that happened after he gets you back in the car and the defendant gets in the driver's seat?
He took us back through the Fishhawk neighborhood and came out through another entrance of the neighborhood and came out onto the main road. While he is driving, I'm able to do the same maneuver again and get the door, and the door swings open as he's turning left into where there was a Catholic church, and the door had swung open. And at this point, he stops, ties me to the seat, puts the seatbelt on me because I didn't have the seatbelt on when he took off of the Walgreens. He didn't rebuckle me. Put the seatbelt back on me, tied me to the chair, and closed the door. And then he took off through all back roads, and then we ended up in the middle of nowhere.
When he didn't rebuckle you in initially, was he in a hurry?
Yes.
When he was getting you back in the car?
Yes.
And so you said then you drove through back roads and you ended up in the middle of nowhere. Did you know where you were?
I'd never been down that way before.
Do you know if you were still in Hillsborough County or if you were in a different county?
I had no idea.
What's the next thing that happened? Actually, let me stop you for a minute. After he gets you tied to the seat, after the door swung open and he ties you to the seat, what is the defendant's reaction to you regarding you trying to run away at the Walgreens?
Oh, he was furious. Oh, he was so furious. He was yelling at me and saying, now you don't get to say goodbye to the children. I don't have my luggage. I don't have my clothes. You have messed up everything. He is livid.
Are you in fear based upon his amount of anger?
Yes.
So what happens when you all are in the car driving?
He pulled into an area that was it was high grasses, but it had one of those farm fences. So he pulled off, and it was like a dirt road kind of. But as you came up, there was that like farm fence, the metal barrier. And he came around and got me out of the car. So I'm standing outside of the car, and he walks in front of the car, and off to an angle. I'm sorry, back up a minute. Before he pulls up this dirt road, he says to me, "Who's Cheryl?"
Did you know what he meant by that?
I'm going to object. She's speaking more in a narrative.
That's a narrative is overruled.
Did you know what he meant by that?
I did when he asked who Cheryl was.
And what did he mean by that?
I'm going to object. Relevancy.
Well, any other objection to whether she knew what he meant by that?
Well, I object to the form of the question.
Question, tell me the relevance. Ask a different question.
Did you know when you had left your home where your iPhone was?
No.
At what point do you realize the defendant has your iPhone?
He used it several times when I was tied up in the home. At one point it had gotten locked out, and he demanded my passcode because my thumbprint wasn't working anymore. I complied and gave it to him for my safety.
When you left your home, when was the next time you realized the defendant had your phone?
After the Walgreens incident, as we were driving out in the country and where I had no idea where I was, he asked me who was Cheryl.
Is that someone who you text regularly as a friend?
Yes.
Did you know where your phone was at that moment?
At that moment, I knew he had my phone.
Okay. In the car with you and him?
Yes.
Did you see your phone next?
Yes.
When's the next time you saw your phone?
We'd be in the car, and he was asking about Cheryl.
Okay. What did he do with your phone?
He pulled off where the farm fence was, pulled me out of the car, still tied up, and walked and threw the phone in a diagonal direction.
Did he tell you why he was throwing your phone?
No.
What's the next thing that happened?
Put me back into the car and drove up the road to a very secluded, even more secluded area that was so dark. It was a wooded area. There was a bridge and a stream, and it was extremely dark. He pulled over onto the gravel. The side of the road was gravel, and he pulled over. He kept me in the car this time, and he walked to the back of the car.
Do you know what he did?
I had tried looking over. I couldn't get a good shot.
Did you see anything in his hand when he had exited the vehicle?
His phone.
Do you know what he did with his phone in that area?
I couldn't tell which direction or anything with his phone.
What did you see any road signs or anything that would alert you to this area, what it was called, anything like that?
Bunker Hill Winery was the landmark that I saw around this area. So I was trying to stay alert, but there was nothing, no road markers or anything in this area, but there was that Bunker Hill Winery. So I was able to remember Bunker Hill Winery.
What is the next thing that then happened? Does he get back in the vehicle or do you remain there?
He came to the passenger side, pulled me out of the car, My hands are tied behind my back. And at this point, this is where he is going to kill me. And they're not
That's
gonna
what you're thinking at this point?
And they're not going to find my body because this is so secluded and such a wooded area.
So what happens?
So he turned me around and slit my wrist and said, "That's for getting out of the car in the Walgreens." Pushed me back into the car, tied me back to the seat, buckled me back in with my hands still tied behind my back.
Do you know what he cut you with?
No.
Did you see anything in his hand?
No.
Were your hands still tied behind your back after he cut your wrist?
Yes.
When he put you in the car, were your hands still tied behind your back?
Yes.
Do you all remain there in the car, or does he drive somewhere else?
Drive somewhere else.
Do you feel that you are bleeding from that wrist cut?
Yes.
Was it both wrists or one wrist?
One wrist.
Where does he drive to then?
He drove into a secluded area. There were farms, and he turned down this long dirt road. There was a dilapidated barn. There was a house that had a wire fence around that. Where the fence is, that metal fence fully around this house, and then the dirt road just kept going. And finally, it was a clearing with a bulldozer and a big tree, and he parked right under that big tree.
And what time? Is this nighttime, daytime, morning?
This is nighttime.
Still on March 11th of 2017?
Yes.
What happens when you arrive at this location?
He parked the car. My hands are still tied behind my back. And he went to sleep.
Did he say anything before he went to sleep?
No.
As far as you know, or as far as you knew, had he been up the entire time from 3 a.m. that you saw him in your home all the way until you had arrived at this location?
Yes.
Nighttime of March of 2017?
Yes.
Do you go to sleep?
No.
Do you get out of the car?
No.
Why not?
I am in the middle of nowhere. The closest house was completely surrounded by a fence, and there's no way I'm making it running as fast as I could run to get to this house.
Does he threaten you if you get out of the car, anything's going to happen? Did you see any weapon or anything that he had used to cut you earlier, anything like that?
He had the razor blade. He sat right there on the center console.
Were your hands tied behind your back?
They were.
Did you go all night with your hands tied behind your back?
I did.
And do you know how long the defendant slept for?
A few hours.
Did you sleep at all?
No.
What's the next thing that you remember happening?
I used the back of my shirt to put pressure because I thought I was going to bleed out. So I used the back of my shirt to put pressure, and then early morning came, and he came and got me out of the passenger side.
When you said he came, was he still in the driver's seat? And you mean he came and walked to the passenger side?
He walked around to the passenger side, got me out, and took the ropes off of my wrists.
Did he say why he was doing this? No. That you were good and that you had stayed the night and not run away or anything like that?
No.
He just takes the ropes off.
And then he helped me. He took now I can't use my left hand. He helps me get my sweater off. He cuts the front of my button-down shirt and uses that as a bandage.
Did you, so it was the left wrist that he had cut the night of March 11th, 2017?
Yes.
During that day, do you know whether you're in Hillsborough County or Manatee County?
I have no idea where I am.
This is the early morning hours of March 12th of 2017?
Correct.
What happens during that day, if anything?
He lays the seats down in the SUV. I had a pack of cigarettes in my car. I was able to smoke a few cigarettes while we were there. He took inventory of what there was in the car. A few half-drank bottles of water that the kids had left in the car, some dried cranberries, and then it was more like a protein type bar or a granola bar was in there. And he said, we're going to have to find more water. So we walked.
Did you do that during daylight, shortly after the morning hours, or was that later in the day?
We would sit in the car to watch. There were people working on the farm. The farm was far enough away; those people couldn't see us. We could see the tops of the equipment, the tractors working the farm, but it was they were loud, and the people couldn't see us. He also had changed me because I had to pee, and I couldn't undo my jeans. So he put me into pajama pants that were in the suitcase. They were blue pajama pants, and they had a drawstring, so it was easier for me to get on and off.
Were you able to do that on your own?
Yes.
Without needing assistance?
Correct.
During that day, were you able to try to get these people's attention that were working in the farm?
No.
How far away were they from you?
It was there was a break in which it went down into a ravine and back up to the farm was on the other side of that ravine.
Did you find any water earlier that day?
So he walked us the opposite direction of that farm. It was more wooded and secluded behind the car, so he walked us up that way. There was a pond, but everything was green and there was algae floating. So, and then when we walked through the woods, I got covered in those little green stickers all over me from walking through the woods. And when we came out on the other side of the woods, there was another big farm.
Was this something that was done earlier in the day or later in the day? Or did you not have a watch? You didn't know the time?
I didn't really know the time.
Was there any conversation about what was going to happen? I mean, you had agreed to go on this boat with him. What the plan was? He couldn't get his clothes. You couldn't say goodbye to the children. What was going to happen with the children? Was there any discussion regarding any of that?
Yes. So he told me that we were going to the islands. He had money in offshore accounts. He was hiring someone to security for me to keep watch on me, and then once we were established, he would send for the children.
Based upon your 16 years of knowing him and your marriage, did you have any reason to believe that he was lying to you about that?
No.
Was there anything that occurred within the car while you were there that day on the 12th?
Yes, he had sex with me twice.
And was that similar to the way it had occurred in your home?
Yes.
Did you give consent for those sexual acts?
No.
Where did this sex take place?
In the car, and that's why he laid down all the seats.
Did you later learn that those incidents did not occur within Hillsborough County and
Yes.
were not under the jurisdiction of Hillsborough County?
Yes.
Was that something that you wanted to have happen?
No.
Were you guys ever able to find water or food or anything like that on the 12th?
At night, once all the farm workers had gone, he had to assist me because my left arm was injured. He had to assist me get down the ravine, and he had to assist me come back up the ravine. Once we got onto the farm, from them watering the crops, the ground was very wet, and so our feet sunk down into the mud, and I was having a hard time walking because every step that I took, my feet like vacuumed down into the mud, and he would have to help pull me to pull back up. So he would help me to pull my feet back up.
Did you both get muddy bottoms?
Yes.
Your clothes, your shoes?
Yes.
Were you able to find water?
Yes, we ended up having to walk around the perimeter of the farm because it was too wet to walk through the farm. And through walking around the perimeter of the farm, there was some outhouses that then had sinks attached to them on the outside for people to wash their hands, and this is where we got water.
Did you see anybody, any people, any homes when you were making this walk around? Anybody that you could have notified or screamed to?
There was the farmhouse, but it was far off. I could see it from where these like porta potties were, but there's no way I could have gotten to it or they would have heard me.
Do you make your way back to your vehicle?
Yes.
And was this nighttime or daytime?
This is nighttime.
So on the night of March 12th of 2017.
Correct.
What happened that night? Do you remain there or do you go anywhere else?
We remained there until the early hours of the next morning.
So the Monday morning of March 13th of 2017?
Correct.
Did you have any more water or food at that point on the morning of March 13th, 2017?
No.
Do you remain there in the car with the defendant that morning?
Yes.
Does that car ever leave that field area?
The morning of March 13th.
On March 12th, did you ever see law enforcement drive in the area that you were at?
No.
On the morning of March 13th, who was driving that morning?
Trevor Summers.
Did you ever drive between this time of March 11th to March 13th? Did you ever drive your vehicle?
No.
At any point during that time, did you ever give him permission to use your vehicle?
No.
Where is it that the defendant drove the morning of March 13th, 2017?
He listened to the radio And was he...
Did he tell you why he was listening to the radio?
To see if there was any news of me being missing.
Did he tell you why he had chosen that location on March 12th of 2017?
No.
That secluded area?
No.
And so he turns the radio on to listen for what?
To see if there's any news bulletin or any of that. And when he didn't hear anything...
News bulletin about what?
About the situation that happened at Walgreens.
Okay. If they were looking for you, if your vehicle was being reported on, anything like that?
Correct.
Did you hear anything on the radio?
No.
So what happens next?
So he drove down through Lakewood Ranch area and came out, and there was a McDonald's. And he stopped before going through the McDonald's drive-through and told me if I alert anyone or do anything that he will slit my throat.
When in your car, let me stop before we go to the McDonald's video. In your car, did you have OnStar?
Yes.
What is OnStar?
OnStar is a button you can push to get help.
And how is it that you get help on OnStar?
An operator comes on and asks if you need assistance.
And is it like it comes to the radio speaker?
Correct.
So if anybody else is in the car with you, they're going to be alerted that you push the button?
Yes.
Why didn't you push your OnStar button?
Because I knew they weren't going to make it to me in time. If I pushed that button, that he would kill me.
Why on the night of March 12th of 2017 did you not try to escape the car, run from the car, or anything like that?
Because I didn't see any opportunities for me to escape.
Were you tied up the night of March 12th of 2017?
No.
The morning that he drove on March 13th of 2017, were you tied up?
No.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, after a brief discussion with the attorneys, we clearly are not going to finish this witness today. We are going to break now for the evening. So I'm going to be sending you home. I'm going to instruct you not to discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else, also not to do any research related to this case, and to take every effort to avoid any contact with this case through media, social media, or anything else. We are going to start a little earlier tomorrow. We're going to try to get started at 8:30, so I'm going to ask if you could please arrive slightly before 8:30 so that we can get everybody in the courtroom to get started at 8:30. I will also ask, I don't know whether we will have to go a little late tomorrow, but in order to get this trial finished this week, I want to, if possible, go a little late tomorrow. So if you have something and in the morning you can let me know that you can't go late, I'll absolutely ask that. But if you can make arrangements for the possibility of going late tomorrow, I would appreciate if you can do that. So I'm going to go ahead and send you home for the evening. Please have a safe trip, and we will see you back here in the morning. All rise for the jury.
Well, that's it, everybody. And tomorrow's testimony, I think, is like 11 hours, so I've got a lot of editing to do on that one. I wanted to give special thanks on today's show, everybody who sent in super chats, but especially to Caligal3 and Amy Higg, who made up all but 57 of that. So it'd be nice if it was more of a democratic, like, hey, Gray's doing these days shows. Let's tip him like he just made us a drink at Starbucks, is what I always try to use as the analogy, because that way we can reach the goal. Okay, and the goal is here to help support the channel, but also to keep going on the levels that we've been doing for the end of the month donations. This last month, I think it was July, I worked really like way ridiculous amount of hours, about 7 hours of streaming a day. So it was like, we were able to donate $6,000. So that worked out well. So anyways, this trial seems like it's really interesting now. I had missed, I don't know, a little bit of it. I mean, actually, like about an hour and something of it because I was on the phone. And I just talked to Kelsey for a few minutes, and she's about due, everybody. So put out the positive vibes. I guess today was the due date. But it's not out yet, so everybody put out the positive vibes. All right. So thank you to, let me go to the credits. Bedroom Show, Sadie's Game 21, and Owen Shaw. Subscribe, probably from watching something else. members. New member Kathy T, the Super Chats, Notorious Nance, Paulette Leonard, Kitty Cat, K Me, Caligal 3, Daphne, Danielle, and Cindy J, and Sybil Bergeron, 655, Teresa Murray, and Amy Hitt. Definitely not the representation of the 112 people that were watching. All right, so there's the Trigger Bunny there. Thank you guys very much for being here, and we'll see you later this evening. All right. So, keep going. I'll have to, I don't know, I might have to break tomorrow up in 2. If it's 11 hours and it's solid, it's not going to work. But if it's somehow I can squeeze it into like 4.5, I doubt it. That's a lot of hours. So, all right, everybody, thank you for watching. And until next time, be safe out there. Thanks for reaching the goal.
Drama! It's the house! Bitch, please!
Dude!
Mr. Martinez, are you angry at me? 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 Mr. Martinez, are you angry?